Put your ass away, child!
Lucid Lexi just subscribed. Doll.
Saw a shooting star late last night. Yeah, she was pointing at the west coast, beaming like a street light. Got my white denim jacket and my bolo tie. Snuck past mom and dad and told my little brothers goodbye. Coming up the coast, you know I've seen other cities, but I like this one the most. There's a girl down in the valley, says that we can take it slow, or we can push fast forward on it. Love, success, and rock and roll. But it gets hard sometimes, gonna know it. Not enough for a week, I can't get no sleep, I lose my cool.
No, Chaos Mod's different, I swear. I was up until 2 a.m. trying to configure this because you can use Twitch chat to vote, but then it started to break the whole game. So I was like, fuck, I gotta go to bed. And then I tested this morning and the Twitch vote still doesn't work, but I thought, you know what? Hitting random stuff is still fun. So fuck it, I'll just do it manually. Tabby 100! That's actually nuts. What the hell? Thank you so much. I can't fathom watch streaks. They're so huge. Hello? Happy April Fools for you. Although, whose idea was to launch a spaceship on April Fools, though? I want to talk about that. Here comes the subship.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing.
Jeffy!
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. I'm going down to the club, but I'm
Why was that like,
pussy tossing.
ooh,
Pussy tossing.
oh, here comes the plane.
Jeffy Cakes has gifted 5 subs.
What the
Naughty
hell?
boy.
That's so funny. Miggy, I said no. Yeah, probably true. Jeffy, thank you. That was so funny. Are you... What the hell? Here comes the subship! Wow. Thank you for that. That's spectacular. I really appreciate that. What the fuck? So I have mods on. The Twitch voting's not working, but I can turn on the mods and then it will load and a random thingy will spawn. So I thought that's better than not having it. We can still do our missions. And I can turn it off if like we need to. And I also have insta kill if it bugs out. So I don't know what the first one's going to be. It might be like change weather. But I was testing it last night, and it can make like NPCs or your enemies large as well. So it's either going to be tame or cute or ridiculous. What's the first one? It's kind of scary. Okay, great. So I'm a pig. Coca-Cola, hello. So what do I do? Can I sit down as a pig? Okay, I'm back. So it does random stuff like that. So I wonder how that works with cutscenes and stuff. Like if I'm on a horse. Damn, that pig has balls. But it's random. I don't know what it's going to be ever. Thank you for the lurks, guys. Where's my horse? Okay, cool. Oh, yep, good. Good. Oh, yeah, not good. You really thought. Alright, calm down. He's dead.
They're all down. Let's see.
Not his pantaloons. Sorry. Jesus. Sleep. I gotta sleep before this mod goes off. This emote, I know. So I tried to disable it, I couldn't. Spawn soldier companion. Great. So yeah, I tried to do a Twitch vote that wasn't working, was bugging out. Oh. Hi, doll. Did I spawn you in, did I? Hello, sweets. Yep.
Respect the uniform.
Yep. I do, doll. I do. When do you leave? Don't really need you around.
Okay.
Don't get on my horse. Alright, he's gone. Alright, we'll do this one, I think. Oh! Yeah, listen. How do we get rid of this? Can I stab his ankle? Hello, Daddy. Oh. Oh. Sorry, doll. Can't do anything with you. Alright, no worries. You have a good time. Please don't step on my horse.
Let's move.
Alright. Set random walk style. Damn, I wanted it to be like flamboyant as hell. Imagine if they said it as one of the girls. Oh, he's just frumpy. Okay. Imagine I was like, hey guys. Okay. You're actually huge, man. Okay. Well, is the cop just gonna stay there? What happens? Hello, Gracie.
Yep.
Hello? Thunderstorm. Oh, great. Hi, Taffa. Molly!
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child!
Why can't I move?
Molly Temp just subscribed.
Thank you for 47. How are you? Alright. I actually only know about 5 mods. So sometimes it's weather and sometimes it's something random as hell. Next minute I'll be riding a pig. I don't know. Thank you for the resub, Molly. I hope you're well. Hello. Blood trails.
Yeah.
Do I have to be walking for the blood trails? Ooh. Me on the weekend, to be honest. Aunt Flo's around the corner. Don't worry, guys. Everything's all good. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
I have to start planning 48. What are we going to do, Joel? 4 years of a college degree. But when you put it like that, what the hell? Hi, Jazz. Hi, Tappa. How are you doing? So I'm going to try and do the missions with them on, but if it gets to the point where it's ruining cutscenes or anything important, I'll just toggle it off it. Oh! Whoa! 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 Alright, Halsey, wait, hold! 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 I'll get off you! Oh! Whoa! 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 Oh, I feel bad for the horse. I feel bad for the horse. Okay. Sorry, Doe. Don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
My bad. Alright. Imagine that in a cutscene. I just felt bad for the horse, to be honest, but we're all good. We're all good. Skotel, that's literally me. I'm Fergie. Come on, horse. Come on, Doe. Come on, sweetie. We're doing a mission still. Yeah. Can I ride you as a cow? I wish. That would be sex, wouldn't it? Alright. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. Can I come back back on?
Come on now. Yep.
Alright. Never mind. Why did that scare me? Yeah, listen, it scared me too, even though I have a timer up ahead. I just got here. Yeah, I think it's every 45 seconds a random mod turns on. But it's kind of buggy, so I couldn't change. Like, I couldn't change a lot. Sorry, doll. Mummy has a coach now. All right. Hi, Daniel. This is so normal. $3 hours. Oh, God. Mummy has no use for you anymore, doll. You would be tired, doll. I'm sorry. Here I am going, I went to bed late last night and I'm tired.
Not again.
Sorry, guys. That was your fault.
Yep.
I will be doing a smaller stream today because when I was... Oh! Whoa! 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 At least it wasn't Tayo Cruz. That's a plus. It wasn't my horses.
All right.
Cindy. Boy, I sure hope Carla hasn't died by the time I arrived to oh, hey. Oh my god, what the? Oh! Come on, doll. Yep. Angry corpse. Riding with daddy. Yep. Come on, doll. All good. I'm surprised you can sit up straight, actually. But good for you. Hey. Love is love. Alright? Life is just a number. I don't know. Alright. Game Boy, I don't know what to...
You're all right.
Oh. Oh! Look at the whimsy me and you are having. How gorgeous! Me and my angry corpse riding into the sunset together. Yeah, every 45 seconds. Clone random enemy. Okay, work. Okay, guys. Yeah, get off. You got it, doll. No, get off my horse. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, slow and steady wins the race, sweetheart. Yeah. Ah! 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 Oh! 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 How are you? Oh! How are you holding it? Oh! Oh! How are you holding it? Oh! 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 How are you holding a knife? Oh! Oh! How did witness? It's a dead corpse. Oh, for the love of crumb cake. What do you mean, witness? Hey. Hey, sweetie. How did an angry corpse yield a knife? That's crazy. Hi, Seb. How are you, doll? Oh, good. Yes, it's nighttime now. Alright. Where's me horse? Come on, doll. Everything's all good. It was just an angry corpse. Oh, look, they're still here. Aww. Oh, look at the angry corpses. That's crazy. Alright. Hi, Brandy. Nothing to be concerned about, guys. Oh, there's my,
Out of the damn way.
Okay, so...
Yep.
Alright, so we have another vehicle. This is not good. It's good for me if I sell it, but I don't think we're close to... Oh, we are. Oh my god. Money. Wait, we're rich. Some red wine. Oh, you cheeky doll. Cheeky, cheeky. Well, if we can make this... Oh! Oh, thank god. If we can make this to the wagon thing, we've just made free money. But I doubt that we'll make it there alive in one piece. With these mods. So we get a random mod every 45 seconds, guys. I thought we could do this for April Fools. But I don't know how much I can get done. Give everyone a rifle. Oh, good. Thank you, doll. I wonder if, I've lost my hat. I wonder if the horses get the rifles as well. Imagine if all the animals got rifles. Alright, am I gonna get free money for this? Go on, open your doors for mummy. Yep. Open your doors. Yep. Come on. Mummy has a new wagon for you, doll. How much you gonna give me for this one? Just got it as well.
Got something here for you.
Go on, 50 bucks.
Well, ain't this a lovely little thing?
Thank you.
Deal.
Thank you so
Spend
much.
it wisely.
I will. What did you give me? Show me the money. $40? Daddy can get a deluxe bath. Hi, Dinky. It is random today. We have a chaos mod on. We have a chaos mod on, so every 45 seconds something happens. So we're just seeing what it gives us. Am I scared? Absolutely. I don't really lean. I don't really do much. Disable attack button. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's go back to this one before it turns off again because of me killing. Guys, they spawned angry corpses before. And they tried to stab me. Since corpses that are mummified can hold a knife apparently, so you chose to murder them. Daniel, before they murdered me. Cal, it was quite scary actually. Oh, there they are. Good times. Drop current weapon.
Come on. Shut your goddamn mouth.
Oh. Hello, doll. What are you doing? Oh, you're practicing your shot, are you?
Shit. Well, at least
What if I turn into a pig during a cutscene?
Yeah, your job's starting the fights. It ain't winning them.
I can scrap, Arthur. I'm just not good at homework.
I can see.
Besides, what do you care, Englishman?
Wonder-
You've got no time for me. I tried to find you work, but then you're off cutting jobs with other folks, and your boy Sean doesn't get a look in.
Guess I don't want to get shot, that's all.
Ah, you're a real fucking funny shit, Arthur Morgan, huh? Real fucking funny.
Calm down.
You better sleep with your eyes open.
Yeah, well, you're gonna sleep with your chest open if you ain't careful, boy.
I love you, Arthur Morgan. I love you.
Okay,
Come on,
Juicy.
take a shot. Come on, take your best shot, please. Yeah?
Grow up.
And let me come on the raid with yous.
Raid?
Don't be playing coy
Raid
with
Shadow
me,
Legends?
son. It's unbecoming. That bloody train you and him has set up. What you're doing out here, you're going to need guns. You're going to need men.
Oh, that. So Marston told you? It ain't a big show. I need calmness. If I take you, I might as well bring Micah along.
Now compare me to that oily turd again. You're a dead man.
Fair enough.
What are you doing here, kid?
I'm coming, John. On the job.
I said you weren't coming.
Yeah, well, Arthur says I am. And it's his party, boy, so come on, let's go. Me and the big cheeses. Love it. Can't wait to slit some bastard's throat.
You sure about this?
No. Are we ready?
Yeah. Train's due through tonight.
Great.
Right then. It's on. Charles?
I'm ready.
Gentlemen, let's go earn some money.
Great.
Hey,
If we all get launched in the sky, it's so over for us.
good. You should follow on
Oh,
behind.
sorry.
You find a good spot, Wolfman?
Yeah.
Okay, time tonight.
Follow
Okay.
the trail southwest.
They're being nice
There's
to me.
a spot that's remote, but should still
It
give
kind of
enough
feels like a
time to
horror
spot the
movie
old
when you're doing a
wagon.
mission. Like, what's going to happen to us?
Blocking the tracks, they'll stop soon enough.
Apparently, picks up a new team of guards.
Enjoy
to
your
stay
lurks,
behind,
boys.
So shouldn't be too much in the way of guns to deal with.
See, this is what I mean. I disappear for a couple of weeks and you cut me out of all the action.
Just the action that requires a brain.
Ooh.
Ah, you're a funny fella, John Marston. And what folks say? You had your feet up the whole time, playing sick, and fondling that new scar like you're gonna
No,
be at breakfast
Daniel.
in the morning.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Stay close on this. Wouldn't want you getting scratched by a squirrel or something. That could put you out of commission for the rest of the year.
Why do you have to speak so much?
Do they just change outfits?
Incessant.
They're left here, towards Rhodes.
Plus, I've still got some blood in me veins. You old bastards have forgotten how to live.
I blame you two for rescuing them.
Far too much trouble for what we got.
What the
out
hell?
Yeah, takes a whole army of bounty hunters to bring in Sean McGuire. And look at me now, in the Gunner Sea. Back in business, boys. You know, my dad always
Great.
used to say,
Not the dog, please.
Not this again.
fine, damn you three.
It's a bloke,
Sulky,
ignore me.
angry Scarface. A right barrel of laughs. So, we blocked the tracks with the wagon, then jumped.
Okay, shades of grey.
Pretty much.
Sure, doll.
Charles, you deal with
We're
the engineer.
I only see 2 of them.
Secure
Where's
the
48
passenger
more,
car
doll?
fast, take charitable donations, and
Are
make
there
sure
50?
everyone behaves.
Yeah, where's the
Little
BDSM
Mr.
suites?
McGuire, focus on the baggage car. Grab any valuables you can find.
Great.
Shoot your mouth.
Here's good. Stop the wagon over the tracks.
Over the track.
These are innocent folks. We handle this right, nobody needs to die here.
Yeah. Let's get it up.
Oh no, not cutscene. Stop pursuit. Perfect.
Mr. Marston, Mr. Smith, Mr. McGuire. Ha!
Okay, Spank.
Get over there. When she slows, order.
And you?
I'm gonna make sure she slows.
That's do or die with you. I like it.
Get moving. Here she comes.
I want to be turned into a chicken so bad. Robot companion. Been there, done that, doll. Where's my robot?
On here? What's going on?
Nothing good.
Hello, doll. We're just robbing a train. Come on, sweetheart. All right.
I need to get up there. Finish up here and join us on board.
All right, get on that train.
All right, you steal the cigarettes, please. Rainbow in the sky? Where? Oh, how gorgeous is this? You and me. Hey, that's stunning. Come on, doll. Let's go. Double rainbow all the way, doll.
Get on there.
I'm on my way. I just have a robot following me, please. Are you steaming from the top door? Hi, guys. Oh,
Go. Everything you got. Money, valuable.
don't worry about him. It's new technology.
Come on. We ain't leaving till this bag's full.
I ain't got nothing.
All right, come on.
Juliet here.
Come on, doll.
We're done. Tell him, Mr. M.
Thank you, doll. Oh, you're a couple. You probably have a lot of money. Oh,
Come on.
come on.
The bag, everything you got.
You can be
Keep
on
it
your
coming. Don't be
way.
shy.
$1. I know that hat is made out of alligator doll. Where's more money? I don't speak fluent Australian.
Don't help me.
I do.
I'm gonna count to
My
3.
Twitch wasn't working, so we're doing manual.
Will you, Mr. M?
2.
Total robbed.
Please don't help me.
1 second, guys. I can't see. Is my robot still here? Where's my robot?
Gonna need all your money, my friend.
It's a robbery.
You got a
Break
big
this
problem.
way.
Thank you, doll.
No,
Tough
you
guy,
go
huh?
ahead and look for the baggage
Sure
car.
about that? You show this son of a
wasting
bitch
our
we ain't
time,
playing
huh?
around here.
I don't want to rob you,
Deal with this fella, will
but I
you?
do need some money. I missed my robot.
Everything you got. Money, valuables.
Sorry,
Leave
doll.
Until this bag's full.
Get robbed, mister. Give me everything you got.
Over to my friend then.
95 cents. Things tough at home, doll.
Be smart about this.
All right.
Stick a gun in their face.
I don't want to. Lightning weapons.
Come on, cup it up, people. Don't be shy. Everything you got. Let's go.
I don't have my. How do I get my gun out? Oh God, Dylan. Well, that's nice. At least it wasn't me.
What did I do?
What are you doing, Mr. M?
How? Oh. My guns aren't coming out.
Next carrot.
Is that normal?
Don't do it.
Why are you?
Don't do this. Come on, Mr. M. We're on the clock here.
Well, hurry up, doll.
can handle this from here.
Streaky! Thank you for 65 and 95. Oh! Oh! Sorry, guys. That came out of nowhere.
Move a muscle. You hear me?
It's a mission, David. I'm a good guy. Check on Sean.
What is it? You alright?
Fill the baggage car.
For Christ's sake, you ain't even taken a look yet?
Oh, there we go. You can now manually tag. Got him. Oh, 1 second, guys. I'll be there in a jiffy. All good. Happens to the best of us.
Need some help here, boy? I'll miss your brother.
Here we go.
I'll look and you provide the cover.
I'll try my best, brother, but I'm seeing
Rob
double
the
here.
baggage.
That gives you twice the chance of hitting someone.
Hi, guys. How do I rob the baggage?
At least you ain't got a hole in it.
Are those tennis rackets?
Set sunny weather. Oh, beautiful.
Gosh, bastards.
Just keep your eyes peeled.
I'm doing me best, all right.
I know, that's what's worrying me.
Is there another way? Or is this... You can't rob the baggage? Is it bugged or something?
Jesus, how long does it take?
Oh, shush. Oh, the mini map. Oh.
Looking good in here.
Come on, we should get out of here.
We're fine.
These folks are rich, all right.
All right, we should probably be going now.
Oh, I thought it was actual baggage. Oh, I look really nice, actually. Thank you, doll.
Some decent stuff.
I look really dapper. You're just jealous about my my hat. Yep. I look quite silly. Guys, I look beautiful. That's it, I think. Alright, let's go.
We got a problem. There's two arseholes on horses.
How many you say?
I just see a pair of them.
In that case, we're fighting. Marston, Smith.
You right, you right.
Men, come out the train now, do you hear?
Oh, I look so good.
We said you men come out now.
There's only two of you fools. We got a whole lot less to lose. Why don't the two of you ride away? That way neither you get killed. Goddamn liberties.
Ned, there's a few more of them turning up.
Me and my big mouth. Okay, let's deal with them.
We won't tell you again. Come out now with your hands up.
One moment.
Last chance. Drop your weapons and get off the train.
Shh, chicken. Stop it.
Open fire, man.
Shit, we got more on the left.
Oh,
Through the trees, you see them?
nice. Yeah. I don't have Deadeye.
Look out behind us! Coming in on horses!
Oh no. Oops. Shoot their hats off twice. Oh, guys, one moment. I'm really tired. I'll be there in a jiffy. 1 second. Sorry, guys. My bad. Yep, never mind. That worked out really well for me. My bad. Yep. I know, Seb, same. Flashbang.
Oh, boys, let's get the hell out of here. Let's go, Arthur. Come on.
Where's my robot companion?
Right, let's lose him.
Okay. Yeah, I know, Tougher. My robot! Get on! Alright, never mind.
Easy there, girl.
Meta combo time? What the hell?
Yep.
What's meta combo time? Okay. We'll come back for the robot. Oh, Seb, that's right. The fake ping. Ugh. I really miss that robot. We're zooming. You can find him again. Okay. I like his little steam. Yep, alright, guys.
Whoa! That was fun, boys. Real fun. We can see what they call you the professionals in the outfit.
Shut up.
At least we made some money. Hey, what did I get? Gotta be $100 here. Very nice.
You weren't even invited.
What now?
We still need a real
was
big
kidnapped.
take, enough for us to get out of here.
Was that a setup? Law turned up real fast.
I don't know. I don't think so, but I'm starting to get nervous.
Think they followed us from Blackwater?
Maybe. They found me already near Horseshoe, but I think this lot was just locals.
I hope so. I'm gonna head into Valentine. See if I can get something started there.
Good idea. Either way, we should all go it alone right now. You know the deal. Don't be followed.
Of course not, boss.
All right. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, good.
Here, let's get...
Come here. No, come here. Great, 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 great news. Yep, good news for me. I'm just spinning. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, stay back. Stay back. You don't want this smoke. You don't want it. And you can't handle the truth. All right. Okay, sorry guys. I don't know. What's the combos are crazy. Jiffy? Kristen, yeah, that's my goat. Tammy, 3 months to Kristen.
Tammy_RN has gifted a sub to Christine.
1 moment, everyone. 1 moment. It's all right, Doe. It's all right. Everything's good. Shush, please. Yep, all good. Shh.
There, boy.
Everything's all good, sweetheart. All good. What the hell? All right. Increase bounty. Perfect. Hello, doll. Mr. Robot, what are you doing, doll? I don't know what's going on. I talked to my big ass too. Hi, Em. Thank you, Daniel, for the bit. Too kind. And Tammy, thank you for the gifted subby. Alright, what are we going to do with you, doll?
Come on.
Come on, doll. Alright, now let's look at the map. I've got money now. Roads is crazy. Should we just go back to camp? Almost dead. No. Oh. That was a close one. I'm honestly scared of hype trains today. That just feels like it's an April Fool's prank. John, hello, doll Tammy. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Alright, we'll go back to camp. I don't want to look at my look how spread I am. I just realized, look how spread my legs are. Oh! 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 Is it dead? All good, doll. All good. I think we lost him. All good. It's a giant cop. All good.
Into all the strokes, I think. Isn't it? It's like a good hand job. Or, you know, like painting.
Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. All right. Everything's all good, guys. Taffa, thank you for the biddies. Flying donkey. Okay. Oh shit, my bad. Okay, sorry. Okay. How do I get back down? Okay, we're good. Jesus Christ. All right, we've had our fun, but now it's mule time. All right. Small ass. Tuffa, thank you. All right. Surely they don't just keep giving me different things to ride. Loki named the donkey Fergie or Fergus. Wait, you're right. Puffin, I feel like you're always cunt, you know what I mean? But amazing that you feel that way. Okay. All right, calm down. Can it spawn me next? Oh! Lenny? Lenny with the tits? Hey, baby. What the hell? I mean, I'm interested. Come on, baby, let's ride. Lenny. All right.
That horse don't listen.
She's got away. All right, I've got a whole family spawning in. Where's my robot? Great. I would like a rig. The robot ran out of juice. God damn it. I'm so glad Lenny and I are together. Spectacular. Oh, sorry, sweetie. Sorry. Mickey, apparently we have a dog and a wife. I'll take it. Great. Little help, guys, or what? Lenny? Oh, yep, jump on Lenny. Yep. Yeah, get him. Oh. All right.
This is real bad.
So I'm in. So I'm excellent. The wheels. Thank you. But is Lenny dead? Let's see. Lenny may be dead, but... Don't call the cops. You did this. Thanks, doll. That was 35 cents. Alright. Great. Well... They despawned. Okay. No justice for Lenny. Well, I didn't think Lenny was going to perish.
Who's that?
Sean, it's me.
It's me.
You're alive? That's good.
Great. Hi, guys. Hi, Cass. Is that doing a poo? Oh, go on then. Go, you good thing. Alright, guys, I don't want you to worry. This is only temporary. This is only temporary.
Let's move.
Let's ride! Alright, all good, guys. All good. Do you mind if I get between you two? Hi, sweeties. Nothing to worry about. I just want... Oh, that's even worse now that I've... Oh, Ooh, my bad. That's not good. Should have focused on the timer there. Huge gun! Mickey, basically... basically, we have a chaos mod. And it spawns random... things every 45 seconds. So that just spawned in a giant cop. I'm now stuck in the tent. My bad, I saw her titties. Awkward. But that's pretty much it. I've got money. Guys, it's me. It's me. No. Guys. I'm your friend. Great. I was wondering why Lenny had titties all of a sudden. Yeah. I made that. In fact, they are my titties. Oh, I'm back. Alright. Teleport peds into players. Alright, that cape's kind of crazy. I have 2 large cops.
How you doing?
Good, brother. How
We're just not gonna mention.
Thought those mountains were gonna kill me.
All right, don't worry about it. We can pretend they're not there. All good. All good. What do we put in their soup to? Oh, great. I want it. Great. One moment, guys. None of this is normal. It's so funny. None of this is normal. All right. Did you see the April Fool's things in Fortnite? Girl, take your time. Paj, where did the streak go? Is Twitch being twitchy? Hi, Max. So we have random mods spawning every 45 seconds. No, what did COD have?
Thank you for the sub.
What, Daniel?
Put your ass away, child.
Head you do just subscribed.
Haley!
Yeehaw.
I'm good, guys. I'm fine. Haley, thank you for 11. How are you, doll? Ignite nearby wagons? I don't think we have a nearby wagon. We're fine.
Yep. I just want to get a drink. I'm parched.
I gotta pay my bounty. Hello?
Be with you momentarily.
How many bounties do I have?
So much hell. May I help you? We'll make sure New Hanover gets word of this.
What happened?
Thanks, mister.
Rainbow.
Ain't forgotten you.
I'm pooped so fair, doll. Did you have a big night? By big, I mean, did you not get enough sleep? Sorry.
Ain't nobody got a heart.
I do have a heart, doll, but I also have a lot of debt.
Why are you raising hell on me? Careful there.
So, feeling better? How's the scar?
I heal pretty fast.
Lucky you. So you just lazing about, or you got any leads?
No, Daniel?
Got something. You see them?
Sure. Well, you see yourself as a shepherd now?
Maybe. Come on.
Well, where exactly are we going?
Collect something. Help us get some sheep.
You know, that attempt to seem all enigmatic and interesting, that might work for Dutch, but for you, it just makes you look stupid.
Great.
We'll see. That train job was a start, but we need more money. You coming?
Yes. Great.
You was just talking about something?
Until we can get back to Blackwater and collect.
I'm here to tell you. We try to collect that money anytime soon, it'll come with a noose.
Cracking a cold one.
Worried you'd say that. Dutch says that we...
Dutch says a lot. That's his gift. Saying things.
Oh, yeah? What do you mean by that?
I was a prize pony once. Now I'm a workhorse. Listen, Dutch is... But, well, you was at that thing in Blackwater. We already seen Pinkertons here. New century's coming. This life, this way, well, we're the last, I reckon.
My honor.
We ain't long for it.
And that's the way it goes, I guess.
For me, yes.
Keep it moving.
All right.
Where are we going?
Huge.
Just need to pick up something. There's a hitching post over there. Tether the horse and I'll meet you across the
Enjoy
street.
your lurk, Dom.
Uh,
I can't do a long stream today. I realized last night there's just way more to plan for camping than I realized. Like shopping wise and laundry and packing and all that jazz. But I did get a video up. I did 2 videos last night. So that's up now. And then my 3rd episode of Red Dead is up in a couple days, which is one of my favorite episodes because we stole the train accidentally and other stuff happened, which was, honestly, it was one of the best days of Red Dead. So that's going to go up on YouTube as well. No, Daniel, listen. My honor in the dirt. And then if I have time after stream, because I'm going to be doing a smaller stream, and then if I get everything I need done, then I'm going to get a scam line video up as well. But I realized I was on the PC yesterday for like 14 hours. Whoopsies. So after this, nearby ped is player's enemy. Great. So I don't know what to do after this. Yeah, I don't know what to play after this. Because I don't want to do a super long stream today.
gun store.
Can I see April Fool's stuff in Fortnite solo? Tomorrow morning, Mickey.
I'll explain later.
Tomorrow morning, so later on, we got to go to a few stores, but I got to get the house up to speed tonight. Yes. Ooh, sorry, Doll. What happened to your wagon, Doll?
Go on. We just need something with a scope on it.
Why are we getting a gun? Don't we have $1 million?
Hello. How can I help you today?
Looking for a rifle? Something with a sight on it.
Yeah, shouldn't be a problem.
Great.
If you want to see what we've got, it's all in the catalog here.
I'm gonna have to take this on credit.
Well, no, wait. We ain't even discussed terms.
Or I can take it in a way that ain't so polite.
Okay, fine. You can pay me later.
What the hell? Oh, kitty. Okay. I guess I could marble. I just wanted to play like a proper game before I went. Because I have more time for a proper game, but I do want to leave. I do want to end stream, I think, by 3. So we still have time. So we could do like, I don't know if we do Ark, if we do DBD, if we do Fortnite. I don't know what the vibe is today. But we should do a marble cap soon though. I think I should wait for a day where more people are here. We need ping for marble, you know? Which one am I getting? I have dynamite. Yeah, I want to cuddle the cat. The rolling... Oh, block rifle. There we go. Oh, look at me, rifle doll. Can I customize for free? Oh. I can't leave. Hello? Am I broken? Maybe it's because... Oh, did I spawn into a... Did I spawn into something? Wait, hold. Molly, that's okay. I don't mind it, but I don't think it rotates ever, like the spawn points of stuff. I think there's a giant monkey behind me. I mean, a donkey. Okay, I'm gonna have to kill myself because I'm bugged. It's really bright, so if you get it like over and over, it's kind of like my eyes, you know.
Gun store.
Yep. Can you,
Switch
head in and pick
DVD
up the sniper
was
rifle?
interesting, Daniel.
I'll explain later.
We only played
Don't
2
you
games,
wear
but it made
yourself
me
out now.
it made me
How can I
realize
help you today?
Looking for a rifle?
it made me
Something with
realize
a
how
sight.
good
Yeah, it shouldn't be
the
a problem.
PC is, like
If you
how
wanna
lucky.
See what we've got? It's all in the catalog here.
I'm gonna have to take this on credit.
Well, no, wait. We ain't even discussed terms.
Or I can take it in a way that ain't so polite.
Okay, fine. You can pay me later.
Thank you, Joe. The donkey was flipped. It's alright, guys. It's alright.
Sure.
Let's go.
You don't touch my horse. Excuse me.
Morning. Let's go, girl.
It's not dead, sweetie. It's just sleeping.
Why couldn't you have done that?
Done what?
Bought that gun.
I had a run-in with that fella earlier. We ain't on the best of terms.
You had a run-in. I've had a run-in with half that town.
Calm down.
What are we doing, Joel?
It's done now, ain't it? Are
What's
you
the flight
coming or
entertainment?
not?
Can you say what the flight entertainment is?
Can you do a barrel roll? Oh, doll. A donkey
Get out
is
your
sleeping
peanuts,
on the
party time,
the
bitches.
roof, Mikey. Jamie.
So this is
The
chaos.
3rd episode is up in a
What's so
couple of
chaotic
days.
about it?
Thanks for watching
Can
it.
you do a barrel roll?
I can do many things, Mikey. A lot's happened. Thank you. I appreciate that. How are you, sweets? Hi, Trace. That was me last night.
Why are you being so cagey
Oh, do I have a
about all
parrot?
this?
Where's my parrot?
Always playing some goddamn game.
Me? I ain't the one
Oh,
taking
the
Jack
parrot's
on
on the
fishing
back.
trips.
Good.
No, you ain't. If you say the boy ain't yours, what's the difference?
Hey, what are you doing?
Well, what are we doing, doll? I didn't, Mikey, but I can turn it off with a button, so it's really easy.
You probably only run off again.
Why are you so interested in my life? Ain't you got one of your own?
Just do one thing or another. Not be 2 people at once. That's all I'm saying.
What did you stop for?
patrol.
What do I do,
Ain't
doll?
that simple.
Am I
You know
following
that
you?
as
Hi,
well as
Soapy.
anyone. Same as with you and that girl. What was her name? Mary?
That was different.
No, it ain't. Just the same.
Anyway, for the love of God, will you tell me what you got me doing here before I turn around and hit the breeze?
Hit the breeze.
There's a herd of sheep coming
That's the
down
timer of the
auction
next
from
mod.
Emerald Ranch.
Every 45
Folk
seconds.
in town were saying the owner's trying to stamp out every farm from here to Ansburg.
Yeah, I know that place.
Let's go.
Well, I'm
What's
here.
the problem?
What are we doing? Is it bugged? Whoa! Okay. Excuse me, doll? What are we doing? I don't understand.
Morning, partner.
Hello, doll.
Do you want to make an enemy?
Sorry, doll.
Hey, you better bet I'm keeping my eye on you.
Get out of the way, damn you.
What the hell, Arthur?
Well, I don't know what you want me to do, and I'm upside down. Alright? Thank you.
Morning.
Let's go, girl.
Not my parrot! My parrot's gone!
What's your problem?
Oh! Oh!
Shit!
Oh.
Good morning to you.
Good morning to you, sir. All right. Might have to do a little restart. Follow John. Oh, there's my cat.
What's wrong now?
Look at my kitty. Hello.
Morning.
All right. That was impressive. I did leap over there. Alright, come on, doll.
Why couldn't you have done that?
Done what?
Bought that gun.
I had a run-in with that fella earlier.
That
We
failure.
ain't on the best of terms.
You had a run-in. I've had a run-in with half that town.
Calm down.
The cat
It's
kill you.
done
I kill
now, ain't it?
myself.
Why are you being so cagey about all this?
You can do Insta to reset
Always
things if you
playing
need.
some goddamn game.
Imagine.
Me? I ain't the one taking Jack on fishing trips.
No, you ain't. If you say the boy ain't yours, what's the difference? You probably only run off.
See? Even your horse don't like it.
That's actually crazy that they recorded that line. That's so cool.
Probably only run off again.
Why are you so interested in my life? Ain't you got one of your own?
Wow.
Just do one thing or another. Not be two people at once. That's all I'm saying.
It ain't that simple. You know that as well as anyone. Same as with you and that girl. What was her name? Mary?
That was different.
That was different.
No, it ain't. Just the same.
Anyway, for the love of God, will you tell me what you got me doing here before I turn around
How
and
it
hit
is?
the
How
breeze?
did you know?
There's a herd of sheep coming down to auction from Emerald Ranch.
Wait for me. No, I totally agree with you, doll. I totally agree, but you don't need to bring Mary up.
Just get back on the damn horse.
Well, I can't. I'm a pig. All right. That was quite nice.
Yeah.
Sorry, doll. I had a bit of a headache.
How hard is it to ride with me?
You wouldn't understand. Not the snow.
Let's head up to the ridge up there. Get a proper view.
Okay, doll. No worries.
So I'm thinking that the herd will make it to auction all right, but a couple of new ranch hands will be collected on the sale. Doubt the town will care to notice too much.
Why we need this rifle you couldn't buy
Random
yourself?
honor change.
Reckon we shouldn't get too close. At least not till we know what we're dealing with. Let's see what we can see from up here.
Oh no, not the total chaos. Oh no, we're gonna have multiple. Hi, Mick. Daddy won big at the casino. Oh great.
Okay. I think that's them over
I
there.
gotta keep
What
it real
now?
with you. I can't see,
Shot
don't.
in near 'em. Reckon
I
they'll
can't
hightail
see.
'em. They're only ranch hands. Just watch the sheep.
Oh, Darling Harbor. Yep. Oh, great.
Come on, give him a warning shot. Something close.
Was that a good warning
Looks
shot,
like one
Doc?
of them don't scare too easy.
Put another shot in close. He'll get the message.
Oh, one moment.
Yep, that spooked them all right.
Yep.
All right, let's go round them up.
Sounds good. All right. Sounds bloody good. All right. Sounds good. I'll catch up with you, doll. Just give me a moment. I will catch up in due time. This is going to be the rate of a lifetime. Rest in peace.
All right, let's go round them up.
Let's round them up. I agree. Let's go. Perfect.
Okay, girl. Let's go get the strays.
All right, let's go, doll. Let's head out, John. Who is that? What is that? Oh, Lenny, thank you for finally joining us.
Ranch Marston?
No. You?
Oh, day
Who
here
is that?
and there, but not much.
Oh, great.
Those cowboys I know are dumb as trees. Just go straight, damn it. What are you doing? How hard could it be?
Can someone
I guess
please
we'll
get
soon
me out
find
of
out.
here, doll?
Let's get these things. Bring them back to the yards.
All right. I'm gonna need some help. Can someone please get me out of here? I've been kidnapped. This is crazy. The luck I'm getting right now. Sounds like my Friday night.
All right, let's go round 'em up.
Spicy. Who is this, by the way? You alright, sweetie?
Come on, let's get down there.
Alright, I'm on my way.
All right, girl.
Let's go get the strays.
Alright.
You ever work on a ranch, Marston?
No.
Alright, we're all good, guys. Don't worry. This happens to me all the time.
Those cowboys I know are dumb as trees. How hard could it be?
I guess we'll soon find out.
Jesus Christ.
Let's get
That
these
was very
things.
unlucky.
Bring 'em back to the yards.
Oh, everything just happened. Oh! Oh! Oh!
Come on now.
Ah.
Get this herd to town.
Oh. Ooh. Oh. 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 Hi, sweetie. No, he's fine. All right.
Now stop messing around.
I would rather not have my horse slam into the ground. John?
They're pretty scattered. Let's get them all rounded up.
Come on, Joel.
Keep moving.
Come on, Joel.
Shut your mouth.
Round up the stragglers. Watch where you're riding.
Everything's all
Now, I
good.
was saying something. Oh, yeah. Keep watch for any trouble.
Oh! They're
Why is my luck so bad on this mission? Are you kidding me? What's going on?
You know what? Marston, why don't you leave the sheep to me? You ride Shank, keep watch for any trouble.
Striker, hello.
It'll be quicker this way, trust me.
How are you,
This
doll?
ain't the right time for you to be learning how to herd.
All right, whatever you say. I'm done arguing.
Okay. Gravity gun.
Yeah.
Quickest route back to Valentine is right around that mountain.
Okay. Like I said, I'll handle this.
Guys, I'm gonna need you to follow me.
Move it.
I feel like we're going the wrong way. How do we get them around here?
That's more like it.
Yeah, yeah.
What the hell? I can't believe all the sheep were launched.
Yep.
I feel like we're going the wrong way, John. Yeah, great. I forget, and then I see the bar get close, and I go,
Come on.
oh, God. Come on, doll. Emily. No, it's good. The graphics are really good. I can't see where the sheep are. Okay, there we go.
Keep moving.
Oh my god. I still can't believe the sheep were launched. Excuse me, doll.
Up.
Alright, we don't have any enemies, that's good.
Move it up.
Guys, I think we're safe now. I think everything's okay.
Go, go.
I think we're gonna be alright. You're alright, sweetie. Come on. Come on, sweetie. You're fine. Alright. No need to panic. Guys. Guys, everything's all good. Everything's fine. Until it's not. Oh, I did not attack the auctioneer. Whoa, whoa. Hi, Axel.
Yeah.
Come on, doll.
Come on. You've done the hard part.
Lenny, welcome back.
Yep.
Say it, ayo. Good idea, actually. We need to get that sorted. Alright.
Those are up, boys.
There you go.
Hi, Lenny.
Fine sheep.
They're okay.
You seen better around here?
I've seen ones with less ambiguity
I miss Lenny's
about their
titties.
provenance.
A lot less.
Never thought I'd say that.
I'm trying to say, you give me 25% kickback, and I won't say nothing to nobody.
Everything all right here?
Excuse me?
Sure, I'll excuse you for 25%.
You want me to put another hole in your head?
Folks swing for rustling livestock. 25%.
15.
20.
18.
Done. Calm yourself, friend. Just think of it as I'm buying your sins.
You're buying. We'll pay you.
Go on now.
Come back after the auction. You'll get your money.
I
Dutch
can't
is
wait to
waiting
become a
for us at
cow
the saloon.
mid-argument.
Yes?
Come on now.
Oh, okay, good.
18%. I thought we was doing the robbing here.
Still good money.
Thanks for that.
Thanks for all the help with this. Can't herd, can't swim.
Give it a rest, will ya? We ain't kids no more.
No, never really
I miss my
was.
robot. We going for a drink?
Hey, get moving.
Come on,
Shut your pie
sunshine.
hole.
I'll buy you a whiskey.
Clone random enemy. I don't really have an enemy.
Not everything, but in the end, I don't believe in absolutes, just shades of gray. Compromises.
Compromises. Well, I have never been a man for compromises, and I fear at my age I am too old to change.
Give me a beer, please.
Gentlemen.
Dutch, Leopold.
Where have you been?
Working. Marston's thing.
Good. And?
We're just waiting to get some pay on a few sheep.
Leopold, my good friend, as long as you're here, why don't you and John go make sure there ain't no funny business?
Imagine top-down camera with this.
Gentlemen, drink?
Sure.
Perfect.
Nothing like talking to old Strauss to make you want to blow your own brains out. I should have left him where I found him all those years ago. Bookish little Austrian, fresh off the boat, his eyes out on stalks.
Well, I guess the Dutch Vanderlyn Finishing School has some strange graduates.
That it does. To your good health.
Thank you.
Yep.
Vanderlyn!
Uh-oh.
Get out here! Get out
What
here
the
now!
hell?
Vanderlyn! You don't know me, but you keep robbing me! My name is Leviticus Cornwall. I am not a man to be messed with by the likes of you!
Oh, there's no one behind him.
Get out here before I have these men killed! What do you think? Get out here,
Well,
you depraved piece of trash!
You start spinning the yarn, and when I think the moment's right, I'll make a move.
Got where I am by letting
Why
scum
not?
like you rob from me! Vanderlyn, you're done!
Uh-oh.
Now get out here now! Deal with this nonsense. Please, gentlemen, this is a terrible mistake. This is a case of mistaken identity. What is worse than admonishing a man for the sins
It's bugged. I might have to restart.
who wants to be the Messiah? Not me.
Oh, I was in a coach. I'll handle it. Roof. Oh, okay. I think I was spawned in a coach and it made it bug out. Okay.
Who wants
There
to be
we
the
go.
Messiah?
I'm back. Spawn
Not
angry
me,
corpse.
Nor do I want to be this Dutch Vanderlyn, whomever he may be.
That's how you want to do it?
into a pig. Ah! Ah! Not the time, angry corpse. Not the time. Not the time. Girl, you hop your ass away. Hey, girly. See your ass down. Where do you want me to go, loser? I'll give lasso to me. Yep, that sounds good. I am. I got given a lasso. Oh, cover, you say? Oh no, I just... Oh no. Oh no, I'm stuck. Oh, my bounty's gonna be so big. Oh no. Great. Great. Mr. Strauss. No, I like to say lasso. Yay. Explosive weapons. Oh, perfect. Who else wants to go? Well, where are they? Oh. Oh, I can leave you, doll, and I will. Oh, I gotta do everything around here. Mikey. Lasso. Well, you know what's good though? Real talk. Is I've already been chaotic, Mikey, because I knew I would, right? So this mod's perfect for me. It doesn't stray too far from the truth. Apart from the... I don't know. Apart from the floating, cows. You know?
You make sure nobody's following us. We'll get back to
Yay,
camp.
Nona.
We're gonna gather the troops and
Great.
get them to start packing up.
That was fun
We
and
can't
stressful.
stick around after this.
Let's go.
Another one? I want it to be known. Oh, giant cop foot!
I better get out of here.
Escape from Valentine. Oh! We're all good, guys. I'm just gonna have $1 million bounty to pay off. Axel, it's fine, I swear. Escape the law. I'm escaping when I'm good and ready, officer. I would hate for you to try and get me. I'm a scary, scary man. You won't catch me alive. I'm escaping. Prompt. And well. Not good. Alrighty then. I'm literally skipping guess. Alright. Everything's all good. Alright, guys, look, we really did it. A mission with chaos mods. We did that. Barely. I need some drugs. Give me some cocaine gum. Escape the law. Give random weapon. Once again, why do I have a lasso? Why not? That was a fun mission. Weapon of champions. Guys, we really did that, I think. Okay. Oh, what is it, guys? Stream really compressed. By compressed, what do you mean? Because I did change some settings last night. Oh, shoot. I did change some settings last night. And I don't know. Oh, what the hell? It changed. Oh, I can see. What? OBS does this sometimes. It changed my bitrate to really low. What the hell? Huh. Oh, how long has it been doing that, guys? Oh, no. Oh, guys, please, in the future, always tell the streamer. Because this whole VOD is fucked now. Oh, no. Tell me. Oh, what? I didn't know it was bad. Oh, no. Oh. That's okay. Just tell me in the future. Because I changed settings last night. And it was nice. But then I've gone live and apparently my bitrate went from 7,000 to 2,000, which is really low for me. Damn. That's annoying. I'm guessing it won't fix itself now. I might have to restart the stream. Wonder what it looked like. No, that's okay, guys. That's okay. I just want to give you the best quality. You know? It's good now? Okay. I changed a setting. I don't know why OBS put my bitrate down. Oh, really? 480? Oh. Went cloudy for me as soon as you resume now? It just looked like it went down to like 480. Like now it's back down to crappy. I might have to restart the stream. That's so weird. Because... Oh, it's fine now? Okay. No, because, basically... Looks like it's time to extend this to another 40 minutes. Regular one. I thought it was my computer bitrate is going down at the time of your cam when you're moving around still, but the game looks good. That emote's so funny. Let me open up my thing. Yeah, because I changed my settings last night to make them better. Because I noticed in my VODs, it might be my PC to be honest, but my cam, there I am. My cam goes blurry randomly. Okay, let me do 1440p and then I'll ride around and see how it looks. Oh, it looks better now. That emote's so funny. No, because what happened was, well, this is what I assume anyway. My bitrate's always like 6 to 10,000. And I just checked my settings and it went down to 2,000. Which is like nothing. Looks much better. Gonna blame it on the rocket. I'm really sorry, guys. I'm really, really sorry. I wish I could have fixed it sooner for you.
Yep.
Oh, alright. Yeah, I don't know why it, Morgan. I just can't believe it didn't tell me. Not it didn't tell me. It didn't like... I can't believe it changed without my permissione. I do have to fix something though, because I noticed my VODs when I go to edit can lose quality quite easily. So I think it's my CPU or something. All right. Oh, wait. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Please don't die. All right, come on.
Let's go.
A tiny tornado horse? Because why not, doll? Streamers are spot. Oh, they're gonna get me. You're right, doll. You're right. Hi, Leah. What isn't happening? Yeah, we have a chaos mod on, doll. Because why not? Trying to go back on track, but I can't find the track. Alright, come on, doll. Come on. Come on, doll. Yep. Yep. I can play as myself. Come on, doll. Come back. Come on, doll. Alright. Leah, how are you, doll? April Fools. The noise is so crazy. Here, doll. I'll give you something. I'm speaking Spanish, but I'm busy. I'm busy that day. Spawn vampire? Where?
Every time.
Not again. Not again. Oh, oh, golly gosh, not again. Where's my donkey? Where's my donkey? Oh, 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 oh.
Damn it.
You're all right, sweetheart. Come on, I need a ride.
Okay.
All right. You can take me higher. Oh, really, Daniel? Oh, it's so good, guys. Horse medicine. There you go, doll. Hell yeah. Oh, the big cop's still here. Hi guys, I'm back. Hi, sweetie. Alright. The vampire spawns. Huge, man.
The plan?
For now.
When do we start?
What redemption is this? Oh, what's a little mod, you know?
We stop when we find someplace sensible.
So, we moving?
What redemption is
Turned
this?
into a bunch of killers. I mean it. We ain't even got the delusion of being anything but a bunch of killers.
We are just trying to survive, Hosea. We don't have a choice.
Uh-oh.
This lands soon.
Uh-oh.
Damn right it will.
Constipated as usual. Micah told me of a place we can lie low. Look here.
Not the
Dewberry
skeleton
Creek,
behind
he
me.
said.
Okay.
Maybe you and Charles can go take a look, clear off anyone you find.
Hi,
before the
Nat.
whole lot of
Yeehaw,
us move in
baby.
looking so conspicuous.
And how we gonna do that?
I don't know. Start dancing?
Looks like I turned into the goddamn errand boy.
You have turned into my son. You worry because I worry. We are just the same.
Charles?
Did the skeleton kill... The skeleton killed Dutch. No. My Arthur's looking real sexy. I think the skeleton killed Dutch. Oh no.
Charles, come with me. We got work to do.
Sure, this can wait.
Hey. How y'all doing? Kitty? Hey. Okay, so I will let you know if you just come in. I have a chaos mod installed. So every 45 seconds to a minute, a random mod will spawn. So I spawned an angry skeleton. It will change my clothes. It will do random crap. But there's it just spawned an angry cowboy. My bad. So it's all random. Really bad timing there, but there you go. There you go. I was a turtle at one point. It's all happening for us right now.
I need you for something.
Now, where have I heard that before?
Incredible. So now we have an angry skelly and an angry cowboy in Dutch's room. And I'm just curious because we have a combo time what's going to happen next, which is 3 at once. We usually get 1 at a time, so I don't know what's going to happen next.
I thought you meant now, Arthur. Are we going then?
Minecraft. Great. Raining Minecrafts. Okay. It killed my horse. Alright, we need to focus up. We need to focus up because what is happening? We got carded. Okay. Everything's fine.
Charles, come with me. We got work to do.
Now, where have I heard that before?
Alright. All good. Foggy weather. Alright. Ride to Strawberry Creek. Was that Strawberry Creek? What was that called? Alright, we're fine now. The skeleton is still there. That's okay. We'll get there in one piece, guys. I'm sure nothing will go down. The worst has already come. Alright, ignore the really tall
So where are we going?
lawman.
Find a new spot to camp. We're packing up and moving on.
Again?
We have to, and fast. We'd already pushed our luck too far before that mess we just made in Valentine. Ah, you got me.
Alright, all good, guys. All good. Sorry, serial killer spawn. My bad.
So,
Hi, Abs.
That didn't sound good.
Killed a lot.
95 rocks. Yeah.
Killed a lot of Cornwalls.
Thank you, doll.
They must know where we are by now.
Oh my god.
We're heading south?
Yeah. Area called Dewberry Creek.
Dewberry
Dutch
Creek.
wants us to give it a look. Make sure it's clear and a good place to lie low for a while.
I've only known him a few months, but the way he talks, I never thought I'd see him wanting to head south.
Right. And I know by now, there ain't no lie.
There's too many of us for that.
Yep.
And
One moment.
there ain't no way Dutch is gonna just hide away in a cave somewhere.
Yep. Alrighty.
Christ.
I know you're Aussie, but like...
Back to
Alright.
what I was talking about.
Sorry, my bad.
Goes against everything he stands for.
I don't know if I want you to go back to normal. Yeah, how are we going to play this normally now?
Criminals.
Which we are.
You don't have to tell me.
So where does it end?
Where does what end?
The moving, the running.
Dutch don't see it as running.
Oh,
Call it
great.
what you want.
Right.
No. Before, put enough time
Oh, there's
and
my
distance
donkey. That's
between
so
you and
funny.
the
All my
problem.
mods are just hanging around.
Eventually, it went away. And this is a big country. But now, with these Pinkertons, better paid bounty hunters,
Bounty hunters.
I ain't so sure. Maybe the price on our heads got too big.
We're close to the
They
robot.
certainly got money behind him.
Hang on a
Yay.
second. I think that must be it up ahead, the old dried up creek.
I do miss the robot. I wish he
Yeah,
traveled
it
with me.
does.
Everyone's
Ain't
invincible.
sure to be the best in the rain neither. Well, let's take a look around.
Perfect.
Hey,
Come and get me,
I see
losers.
something over there. You see it?
Where?
Someone on the ground there.
Oh. Oh
He's been
no.
shot. Looks like
Oh, he's
trouble got here
blue.
before us.
Not good.
There's a camp just up ahead.
Abs, do what you need to do?
Let's get ready for business. Any issues? Shoot first. and
Everyone's
face second.
invincible except that guy.
I'm gonna shoot
Real.
for the sake of it.
Survival's for the sake of it. Quit talking.
Quit talking.
You started it.
Oh, we go on foot. All right, let's go. Oh, it's right here. My bad.
Look, here it is. A few tabs.
No, someone's there for
Place
sure.
looks empty.
Let's have a look around and make sure.
Someone's definitely here. I'm gonna take some vegetables.
Where is everybody?
Maybe they heard us coming. Be careful.
I'm being careful.
This feels like a trap. Oh! Help! Help! Oh! 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 Oh!
Someone's been here.
Yes, someone's here right now!
Someone's still here.
There ain't no one here now.
I ain't so sure about that.
Guys, it wasn't letting me hit him back. can we talk about how? All right! All right!
Son of a bitch.
Nah. I'm stressed. You're right. Like, really? The fucking dead thing was dodging.
What in the name? I didn't ask for this.
Nah, come on. Skyrim? Bro, I can't. The mummy was dodging. Oh my god. Skyrim reference? What the hell?
Hey, I see something over there. He's been shot. Looks like trouble got here before us.
That's great. Tammy, that's literally the mummy. God tier mode. For real. What the hell? Mikey, go get some sleep, doll. Oh, great. Run! Oh, okay. Have a good sleep, doll. We just had some Minecraft rain. Good. Nah, I swear to you. Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay. Yes, it's a corpse. Let's investigate it.
Looks like trouble got here before us.
Please be nice to me. Yep, good. Yep. Very good. Yep.
There's a camp just up ahead.
Really? Let's go investigate
Get
it.
ready for business.
All right, Charles, let's go take a look. Look, here it is. A few tents, but place looks empty.
Let's have a look around and make sure.
Alright, we're fine. Let's get some canned vegetables. You must bounce on it. Crazy style. Nah. I don't realize how much I yell until you put it in chat. Because it's genuinely like, what the fuck? What happened now? The camp was attacked. By who? Please let me load back in. Leah, nothing is your fault, actually. Just so you know. Is it bugged?
Hey,
okay.
I see something over there.
Yes, let's go investigate it.
Shot. Looks like trouble got here before us.
Yep. Ah, thank God, it's only morning.
There's a camp just up ahead.
Yes, let's go investigate it.
Let's get ready for business.
All right, Charles, let's go take a look.
I'm looking.
Look, here
We've got to
it
finish
is.
the mission
Few
before
tents,
another thing
but
spawns.
Place looks empty.
Let's have a look around and make sure.
Alright, I'm looking around. Hurry up. Hurry up, sir. I don't want another angry cowboy spawning in on me. It's fresh. People have been here. There's a fire. For sure. Search crates. Someone's in there.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay,
You come out
shotgun.
of there. You okay? You don't mean you no harm.
He said, are you okay?
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Nein.
German?
Nein.
No. Now go on, get out of here. Go, we need the land, go. Get the hell out of
They
here.
took our father.
Who did?
Men.
Player is
last
minion.
night.
I'm so glad that didn't
Where did they take him?
change
Ain't
me.
no business of ours. I don't even speak their language.
You ain't as tough and dense as all that. Come on, Arthur.
Bye.
The girl was pointing this way. Let's see if we can pick up a trail.
I'll ride the donkey. Never mind. I won't ride the donkey. I'm gonna run and jump onto my horse. Alright, let's go. You can keep the donkey,
There.
sweetie.
Tracks. Come on.
I don't see nothing.
Alright,
Hoof marks. This way.
perfect. Yep, good for me. Good for me. Good for me. I'm on my way.
What's going on with you?
I don't know, to be honest.
You were just gonna send that woman and her children on their way?
We're wanted, man. We got Pinkertons breathing down our necks. We should be moving camp, not running off on some wild goose chase.
Real.
Hey, come on, Arthur.
Real.
That's not how you are.
Well,
True.
Maybe you don't know me as well
The
as you
donkeys are
think
for the
you
children,
do.
of course.
Think this is the right way? Give me a second.
I just can't get over before. So unlucky.
Okay. Looks like they go down this way.
Can someone get me some food? One second, I'm just gonna have some
So-
beans.
What happened with those Pinkertons anyway? When you were fishing with Jack?
Said they were on to us. Offered me freedom if I turned Dutch.
Freedom!
They picked the wrong man there.
We should have moved right then, if you ask me.
Hold up. Let me check this.
You better be quick, because something's gonna spawn in and I'm scared.
Continues along the shore here. So, what were you talking about before?
Bastards told me they'd killed Mac. Said it right in front of Jack.
That kid, it's gonna be tough for him.
This is manhood.
Yeah, but here's more folk looking out for him than most of the rest of us had growing up. Yeah.
Return to your horse. Why? I have a donkey. Alright. I didn't abandon my horse. I gave them a holiday.
The girl was pointing this way. Let's see if we can pick up a trail. There.
Oh, I have
Tracks.
Titty Lenny back.
Come on.
Yay.
I don't see nothing.
Hoof marks. This way. What's going on with you?
Perfect.
What do you mean?
You were just gonna send that woman and her children on their
Hi,
way?
Jules. Hey,
We're
cowboy.
wanted, man. We got Pinkertons breathing down our necks. We should be moving camp, not running off on some wild goose chase.
Come on, Arthur. That's not how you are.
Lenny!
Maybe you don't know me as well as you think you do.
Wait, just let me make sure this is right.
Give me a mere moment, sir. I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
They go down this way.
Sounds good. Sounds good, sweetie. I'll be there in mere seconds. I will, sweetie. Lenny, can you put me on the horse stall? One moment, nearly done. Give me just a second. Trying to turn around there. Perfect. All right, come on, Lenny, get up. Good, 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 good. One moment, I'll be there in just a moment. I'm just tending to some business. Lenny, milk me. No! Ah! Oh! Oh! Sorry, ma'am. All right.
So, what happened with those Pinkertons anyway?
You can't
When you were
ride the
fishing
horse
with
as a
Jack,
cow.
Said they were on to us. Offered me freedom if I turned Dutch here.
They picked the wrong man there. Think this is the right way? Give me a second.
Oh, I have a sniper rifle. Beautiful, thank you. Not with that attitude, you can't. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Who do I think I am? Yep.
Continues along the shore here. Anyway, you were saying?
I don't need a horse.
We should have moved right there,
Yep.
if you ask me.
Exactly right.
Bastards told me they'd killed Mac.
Yep.
Said it right in
Save a
front of Jack.
horse, ride Nat. Exactly right.
That kid.
Don't tell Kane.
It's gonna be tough for him.
Don't tell Kane.
Yeah. But he has more folk looking out for him than most of the rest of us had growing up.
Give a revolver. They're just handing over weapons.
John said he was going back to the auction yard to collect the money for those sheep.
I just want them to not turn me into a cow for a little bit.
Near that town right now.
He reckoned he'd be able to slip in and out.
Oh, well. If it's John's idea, it
I'm
must
so
be a
scared. That
good one.
timer is actually
What is it with you and him?
terrifying.
He disappeared on us for a while.
Hold up. Let me check this.
Hello, Em. Hi, kid. Please tell me we have a checkpoint coming up. Because if something bad happens,
They carry
I'm
on
scared.
along this trail.
So where was I? When Jack was real young.
Woo!
Year
He did?
and we was family, you know?
We was
Guess I
family.
still ain't fully forgiven him for that.
There's a camp up ahead.
Great.
Careful.
Search camp for the settler. All right.
Seems deserted. Let's take a look.
Well, we said that last time, Dole, and we had a mother and 2 kids by crates.
What's
so,
wrong, Arthur?
so I don't like this feeling. Axel, my honor's so sexy.
Where is this guy?
I don't know. But you know something?
What?
This is a better camp spot than back there. Much easier to defend.
Robot's back. Robot companion. Oh, what's this?
This
Me
looks
when,
like our fella,
me,
Charles.
me when he, me,
Cut him free and let's get
me
out of
when,
here.
me when, he, when we, when we.
Vorsicht, Vorsicht! Das ist eine Pfanne, Vorsicht!
Take cover!
I'm not ready for this.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
What are we doing? This ain't even our goddamn fight.
Oh, great. Great, slow game speed. This is exactly what I need. Who else wants it? Who else wants a nibble? I'll be there in a second. Yep. Yep, who wants it? Who wants it? I got a bullet with your name on it, doll.
Last one's making a run for it.
Great.
That's them dealt with. You get them untied, and I'll see what they've left behind for
All right. That's all you need, Nat, I think.
Lassen mich gehen.
I'm going to cut you free.
Okay, getting you out of here.
Revive dead peds. Oh, great. Oh, good. Yep.
Vielen Dank für Ihre Hilfe.
Yep, good.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
good,
Yeah, you
good,
wait
good.
there a sec.
Good, good, good. One moment, please. Great, great. Great news for me. Good news for me. All right, give me a second. Jesus Christ. I don't have anything. Great, great, great. Yep, good. Good. Where's a weapon? Great. Oh, and a drunken John. Good. Yep, excellent. Yep, go on then, boys. Take me now, you bitches! Go on! Yep! 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 No, please! Oh! 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 Okay. One moment. Alright, I'm gonna need my pistol. Where is it? Woo! 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 Come here, you bastard! Come here! Alright, alright. Where's my mate? Where's my pistol? Where's my dreams? There they all are. Jesus Christ. It's not a fair fight without my gun, you bitch! Oh great, I picked up the man and not my gun. This music is crazy. This is basically COD Zombies. Alright, I need a pistol, please. Yep! I would love to mow them down with a gun, to be honest. Oh, thank God. Alright. Who wants a little taste of mummy? Yeah! Oh, wait, you're the good guy. My bad. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Jesus Christ!
All right! You're dead! Anyone? Please. Okay. Oh, you better have a buck for me. Sorry, guys. All right. Bros, that's crazy. All right, are we good? What's the mission? Oh, new clothes for daddy. What's the mission? Oh, it's over here. Let's go to where we need to be, which is here, I think. Guys, I am sorry that happened. The mods revived dead people, and I had to bloody do that all again with no gun. We're back, I think.
All right. Come on.
Come on, get on the back of my horse. Go on, doll.
Also soll ich mitkommen?
Come on, doll. All right. Bloody put some Benny Hill theme over what just happened. Set winter outfit. Oh, I'm looking good and I'm feeling good. Just hopefully no more whatever that was. I'm a little bit stressed.
Alright. Wo bringen Sie mich hin?
The hell did you
I deserve some garlic chicken Kievs after that.
Those men back there, why did they take you?
Geld. Money. Meiner Familie gehört eine Goldmine. Sie wollen Lösegeld erpressen.
Hey, where's Tegan?
How did someone even come up with them words?
Sie bringen mich zu meiner Familie? Vielen Dank.
A Kiev Joe. Little mini garlic Kievs. Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, friend. I can barely speak English. Yeah.
It appears the random velocity had killed the settler. And you know what? That's life, I think.
It's okay. We're getting you out of here.
Also soll ich mitkommen?
I'll send you a Kiev, Jill. Alright, guys, all good. Surely that's it, right? And we don't have to deal with it again. And we can just get to the mission. Mummy needs a checkpoint so bad. Jesus Christ. Cheese and rice, doll. Cheese and rice. Drop current
Wo bringen
weapon.
Sie mich hin?
Fine.
What the hell did you do to those fellers?
Wie bitte?
Those men back there, why did they take you?
Money.
Geld. Money. Meiner Familie gehört eine Goldmine. Sie wollen Lösegeld erpressen.
Alright.
How did someone even come up with them words?
Sie bringen mich zu meiner Familie? Vielen Dank. Wie haben Sie sie gefunden?
Look, I'm sorry, friend. I can barely speak English.
That timer's scaring me.
Yeah.
Please, nothing that kills us. I'll take anything. Just nothing that kills us. Please. That's all I ask for. I'll be a turtle, I don't mind. Alright, that's not ideal, but like I said, at least we're not dead. Alright. Oh. One moment. All good. All good, I think.
Yep.
Alright. We're fine. Alright, better than nothing.
Good morning.
Hello, doll. I can't see where I'm running. Sorry, doll. I might be running into you. I'm glad you liked it. This was very last minute. And I had some tech issues trying to set it up, but I was like, I think it would be fun if we did it for April Fools, you know? You still get some Red Dead, but you just get whatever this is with it, you know?
Yeah.
We've had some good times. Had some interesting fights. Oh, there they are.
Sei Dank.
Go run to him, doll. Run! Oh. Please make me sassy. Damn the walk style. I want a sassy walk. Oh, they weren't excited to see each other? What's up with that? What am I doing? Do I talk to the women? Hello? Hi, sweetie. I like your shirt. Is it bugged? Oh, it's bugged? Okay. There's only one thing to do. Spawn a robot companion. Alright, surely... I don't want to die. I have my robot companion. The good news is I can kill myself to reset the bug, but I want to see if maybe the timer will kill me instead. Hey, I love this robot so much. I love the steam coming out of its pipe. Alright, let me see if the mod will do something instead. Ghost Town. Great. I think some will say that's worse. Some will say that's worse. Maybe it will reset it. Hello, sir. Total chaos mode. Perfect. This will reset it. This is all good. Swifty, I'm really good, doll. We're at a standstill, but we'll get there. This mod will fix it, surely. Alright, we have a chicken. Alright, I have to do this. I have to reset it. Hopefully it's the robot. Hopefully it spawns me there, and I don't have to do it again. Although it's just a gallop, so it's fine, but...
It's okay.
Alrighty, good. I'll be back in a jiffy. I'll be back. Your wife is over there, sir. I'll be back. One moment. Ignite player's horse? What do you mean? Tell me the horse isn't on fire. Oh, we're fine. We're fine. Alright, jump on my horse, please, do. Come on. Nitro to player's wagon? Alright, we're fine. This is Chaos Mod. Spawn parrot companion. Well, here's the thing that I want to talk about. Why did it? Now I have Chaos Mode trying to get the settler back to the family. Please don't do anything crazy. I could turn it off, but what's the fun in that?
What the hell did you do to those fellers?
Warren! One moment, sir! Everything's all good!
Andreas, ich hab gedacht, du seist tot. Beinahe wärst du gewesen. Meine Lieblinge. Meine Herz. Oh, wie wunderbar. Oh.
Sie sind ein großer Mann.
Ja.
Ein großer Mann.
Ja, wirklich.
Es ist ein Segen, dass wir Sie getroffen haben.
Come on, now get out of here. This place ain't safe. Get out of here!
Ja, ja.
Mission accomplished. Granny! Happy anniversary, doll!
Okay.
We are doing Red Dead 2 with Chaos Mod on. And,
Thank you for the sub.
a lot's happened, doll.
Put your ass away, child.
A lot's happened. A lot's happened.
Kosaka
How was your
just
stream, doll?
subscribed.
Thank you,
Carl's
Cos.
grip, Carl's grip, Carl's
Thank
grip,
you,
Carl's
Enya.
grip.
So we have mods that turn on every
Put your ass
45
away,
seconds.
child.
Enya's Spinnaker just subscribed.
It just launched us into a it just launched us, but then made us fall straight into where we were meant to go. So that was great. But yeah, it's every 45 seconds of a random mod, and it's ridiculous. How is your stream, doll? Thank you for the resubs.
Ich hab was für Sie. Einen Moment.
Here's your dad. Here's your dad back.
Thank you. Vielen
A
Dank,
gold
herzlichen
bar.
Dank.
Thank you, doll.
Guess it was a pleasure.
How deep are you into the game, Granny? Have you unlocked all the rooms? I gotta show you my store. Oh, look at the robot and the chicken, girl. That's crazy. I can't believe that happened. Oh, kids
Right.
genre.
Oh, this place.
Of course,
Oh, it'll
doll.
be perfect for us.
Do you have
Hello,
porn?
Arthur.
Dutch?
Little porn corner in your store?
Miss Grimshaw, Mr. Pearson, put everyone to work.
I love
Make
double
this place
swirl
a home.
hag, doll.
Well, I don't know where the hell we are, but we are going to make the best of it.
Am I bugged? Oh, there we go. Is OBS being weird again, guys, or is it okay? Sorry, Puffin. Okay, what do I do now? I think it's bugged. It's stuck in cinematic. Do I have to die again? Where's me gold bar? I might have to perish. I might have to perish again. Oh, okay.
Getting you out of here.
Again? What? Didn't it save?
Let's go, girl.
Also soll ich mitkommen?
What? Oh, maybe because he was thrown down so hard. The game was like, no, he's not with his family. Okay, well, nothing bad will happen now. Restore player stamina. Perfect. Yeah, I don't know why I started this in the second chapter. It's working fine. Amazing.
What the hell did you do to those fellers?
Because,
Those men.
we discovered earlier that OBS lowered the bitrate without me knowing.
Familie gehört eine Goldmine.
Not
Sie wollen
ideal.
Lösegeld erpressen.
Not ideal.
How did someone even come up with them words?
Sie bringen mich zu meiner Familie? Dank. Wie haben Sie sie gefunden?
I think we've seen every mod now, although there's 150 something, so maybe we haven't. It's all random. There's some super rare ones. Yep. Sorry about that, doll. It happens. Yeah, get back on. Sorry, doll. So you're telling me about your family. Tell me more about them. Sorry, doll. At least he didn't kickflip off it. Dalton, hello. What the hell is up, gamers? Well, I want them to reunite, but I'm scared. I should probably save it after. Wonder if I save it, if we'll save it as a checkpoint. I'm so scared. Okay. Cool. Because I don't know what it's meant to do after, when we got back to camp. You don't know, Greg. Oh. Here's your dad, guys. Oh, there's my hot air balloon.
There they are.
Dem Herrgott sei Dank.
Look at the robot.
Andreas,
ich hab
But I'm a monkey's detritus. Great.
Beinahe wär's so gewesen. Meine Lieblinge. Meine Herz allerliebst. Oh, wie wunderbar.
Crocodile tears, doll. You're not actually sad. Stop it.
Ja, wirklich.
Es ist ein Segen, dass wir sie getroffen haben.
Come on, now get out of here. This place
Go
ain't
on,
safe.
get.
Get out of here!
Ja, ja, alles
Vamos!
klar.
Vamos!
Ich hab was für Sie. Einen Moment. Dankeschön. Thank you. Vielen Dank, herzlichen Dank.
Look at that gold.
Pleasure.
That requires gold. Do you have some? Arthur does look great. Please don't do anything scary. Please, 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 please. Set sunny weather. Perfect.
You were right. Oh, this place. Oh, it'll be perfect for us. Hello, Arthur.
Dutch?
Miss Grimshaw, Mr. Pearson, put everyone to work.
Hi,
Make
guys.
this place a home.
Ooh, new home.
Well, I don't know where the hell we are, but we are going to make the best of it.
I agree. I agree, sir. Chapter 3! We made it to chapter 3. That's actually hilarious. No HUD. I don't need it. Wow. We're doing it to them. I honestly thought we'd still be on 2 for a while. Yeah, I'm sexy and I know it. Chapter 2! Yay! Should I save or is that automatic? I don't trust it. Load game. 12:18. Yes, okay. Yeah. Gold! It can be sold at a fence for a large profit. Guys, we're so bad. Not the Skyrim. Get me out. Get me out of here. Get me out. Nice shoes still. It's quite nice. This was fun. I'm gonna leave. Thank you, Dom. Ah, you're awake. Where's my money gone?
Oh, you're back?
Yes, still. Alright, when you go to a fence. So is this our new, why did we move to roads? What happened?
Careful with that horse,
Just
Arthur.
calm down. Oh!
Oh, shoot. Guys, why are we here?
Ignore that. I won't
Hi, Joe.
Oh, you're back.
I don't know.
Yeah, I am actually.
If you could give me some leather working tools, I can.
Ooh. Had to skip down after you killed 1 million people in Valentine. Now. Guys, don't panic. I know you're scared. And you haven't even seen a basic rotary phone yet, but it's just a little UFO. It's all good. It's all good. It's fine, I think. Who wants some stew? I'm hungry.
Don't take Dutch's patter about redemption too seriously. Just like every other creature on this rock.
That was good.
Then we'll go down
That was good. Alright, so I guess we do talk to them. And I gotta sell my gold.
Is that what you believe?
They're talking. Alright. Oh, Nat, stop it. I didn't want that to happen, Nat, but you left me no choice. Alright. Not good. Not good. That's scary. Now I can't talk to the man. It spawned an angry dwarf. I'm just being silly because you're shorter than me, which is crazy. Why are we angry? I already killed the dwarf. Well, actually, someone else killed him, which is crazy. They really protected me. Just wait until you see him in the game. Great. I walked away for 2 fucking seconds. Where's my lodging, please? I gotta sleep. There's the dwarf, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna sleep. I'm gonna sleep until the morning. Oh, Adair's have a sale. Good for you, Dom. Shoot, I gotta pee. I haven't got up in 2.5 hours. Actually, I should put my my Kievs in. I should put my Kievs in. Random walk style, please be flamboyant.
Good morning.
What is this? Great. Hi guys, good morning. Everything's all good. Anyone want a coffee? I might go into town. Let me know. Alright. Let me... Oh, there's so many things to do. Okay. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna pee. And I'm gonna put... Actually, I'm gonna put my chicken Kievs in and then go... Guys... I want you all to know one thing. And it's in this life that we have to be strong. And we have to persevere. Wait, should I just leave the game unpaused and just let it spawn things in while I'm gone? I'm gonna do that. I'll give you some fun. Alright, let's see what happens. I'm scared. But
okay, Arthur?
Can't get rid of you, can I?
You okay, Arthur? Hello, Bill.
The O'Driscoll boy.
Hey, so... Okay. Yep. Good. Great.
Damn it, Bill.
So... Why was there a group of women with me? What happened? What happened while I was gone?
Not a bad day for it.
We flew into the sky and got a randomized hat, spawned everything to play it. What?
Thank you for the sub.
A lot.
Put your ass away, child.
Everyone's invincible.
Islo__ just subscribed. The horse was here.
Peter the horse is here. Thank you, Lou.
How you
For
doing?
2 years. Thank you. And thank you, Pixie, for your streak as well. And thank you for all the clips today, guys. This will be a fun little, video to make. What does he want?
How you doing, old friend?
My Kiev smells so nice.
It's funny. Us ending up down here. My daddy died in a field in Pennsylvania, fighting this lot. I ever tell you that?
Many times.
I see I'm boring you, Arthur.
Worrying me. We lost men back there.
We have lofty goals, Arthur. We're trying to reform society to a kinder, truer, better way. Now, of course, there's gonna be casualties.
We're thieves. In a world that don't want us no more.
We are dreamers in an ever duller world of facts. Now, I'll give you that, but come on. We got the day.
All right,
It's
let's
nice
go.
out. Old Hosea says that there's a creek around here. I reckon it's full of fish.
I'm terrified. Come on, Doe. What are you waiting for, Doe? Come on. Hurry up! We got stuff to do, Doe. Come on. Come on, Doe. Did I bug you? Come on. I'll go talk to the ladies then if you're not going to talk to me. Ladies! Ladies! Hi, sweet cheeks. You're looking great today, Dill. What are you doing? Don't mind me. He likes to visit sometimes. Yeah. I think I broke Dutch. Yeah, one moment, ladies. All good.
How you doing, old friend?
Really good. Really good.
It's funny. Us ending up down here. My daddy died in a field in Pennsylvania, fighting this lot. I ever tell you that?
Many times.
I see I'm boring you, Arthur.
Worrying me. We lost men back there.
We have lofty goals, Arthur. We're trying to reform society to a kinder,
talk about this another time, please.
There's gonna be casualties.
What? Oh. 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 God.
Terrell Dean just resubbed for 12 months. I was trying to using my emotes and they were gone. D. Carl's flirt.
I love the brawl in the middle of a conversation. Terrell, thank you so much for a year, and Lou again for 2 years. I appreciate that. Oh, really, Daniel? Oh, shit. Okay. Let's see if we can start the mission. We might not be able to at this rate.
How you doing, old friend?
Really good. Really good.
It's funny. Us ending up down here. My daddy died in a field in Pennsylvania.
I'm sorry to hear
fighting
that.
This lot. I ever tell you that? Many times.
Mm.
I see I'm boring you, Arthur.
No, you're not. I'm a bit scared, but I'm all right.
We lost men back there. We have lofty goals, Arthur. We're trying to reform society to a kinder, truer, better way. Now, of course, there's gonna be casualties. We're thieves in a world that don't want us no more. We are dreamers in an ever duller world.
I think his daddy died in a field in Pennsylvania.
We got the day.
Bing! Hello, my love. Where that man's daddy died. Yeah.
Trick around here.
How was your week, doll? We miss you.
Full of fit.
All right. Steven, yeah. Hi, doll. Hi, Bobby. The moonlight's so bright. Can we move faster out of here, doll? I'm really scared. Flashbang. Big, huge man.
Hey, old girl, come on down here. Why don't you show us this crick you've been pissing in? Hey, you don't look too rosy, old friend. I thought this warmer weather would...
My days are looking good along over Dutch.
Always dream crushing and...
How is Boston? Hi, Lynn. Mount your horse. Oh, I'll mount it, all right.
All right, gentlemen. Let me show you how it's done.
Let's go, gang. Finally, let's start this mission.
I'm coming through.
Go on.
Okay. Oh! Oh, get it, boy! Yeah! Yeah, fuck it up! Fuck it up, bitch! Yes! Yes, girl! Why aren't you dancing? Why aren't you dancing with me? Ooh! 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 Ooh, yeah! Ooh! Okay, that was really fun. What the fuck?
What are you doing?
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing.
What the fuck, Weezy?
I'm going down to the club, but I'm
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Oh, we're pussy tossing, doll. I love Arthur when he dances.
Weezy_BB_ has gifted 5 subs.
Wait, that's
Naughty
funny that you
boy.
tried to make him dance to that. Wait, I can edit that. I'll edit that, Wheezy, and make a second pussy toss alert just for us. The only time that man smiles, real. Thank you so much, Wheezy. That's really funny. Thank you. Oh my god. I can't believe he was just getting it like that. Alright, guys, come on. Alright, I'm following you. Come on, guys. Did I break it again? Doll? Sweetie? Alright, I think I broke it again. I might have to restart. Wheezy, thank you though. That's really sweet. Thank you. Get on your donkey. Ass fizz.
Come on, then.
Great. I'm finally awake again. Alright, come on, guys.
Let's go. Come on.
Shags, I know. I thought it was good for April Fools. I'm on chapter 3 finally. It's been hard. The missions have been hard, I will say. Oops, sorry.
Fish here. There's a whole lake of them.
It's been real hard.
I need to get out for a bit. Me and the old guard. Before any of them back there, oh, there was us.
The curious couple and their
Hopefully nothing
unruly
happens
son.
while they're talking.
It feels good here. You did well finding that spot, Arthur.
More Charles than me.
It's
Lightning
like
weapons.
I can breathe again.
Last thing we need is more trouble.
Thick and soupy as this air is. Might even do your business pipe some good, Hosea.
I was once in this country with Bessie. Ah, feels like a lifetime ago.
It was.
Yeah,
a
alright,
lifetime ago.
cool.
But what a life we have lived. How well we have fought. Especially both of you.
Zeus who?
So.
Yeah, exactly
But
right.
now, when things are desperate, we have to stick with the plan. Make enough money, then find somewhere where nobody will find us.
Oh,
We don't have
Pudge
to
Ping. Ooh,
like
I miss
where?
Burrito too.
I got some ideas hatching, but I
Sorry,
need
doll.
you with me. Not
My
against
bad.
me. Both of you.
Of course.
Still, we do need money. So keep a low profile, especially in the local town. After Valentine, I want everyone on best behavior here. No trouble.
Just fell off for a sec, doll.
But start turning over the soil
Not
and the rocks.
to use weapons or cause
See
trouble
what turns
in
up.
roads. Okay.
Dutch, we've got to be discreet.
Oh, there's my robot.
Imagine what a slew of rich simpletons there must be down here. Oh, this is perfect for you, Hosea. You'll be able to play them like a fiddle.
Nothing would give me great.
Ah! Oh! 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 Down, boy, down! Excuse me! Well, that's not good. Also, Trish, hello, doll. I'm camping tomorrow. So we have today to enjoy whatever this is. Let me just get my horse back to normal there, guys. Sorry about that. Gravity. Oh. Gravity gun.
Yep, come on.
Come on, doll.
Anyway, what you were talking about.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
Not that. Anyway. So, we're not going to talk about what just happened. All good.
No buts! Not today!
What are you riding off for? You were saying before you bailed on me?
No buts! Not today.
Oh, there's Lenny.
We fish and we enjoy the day. Yeah. Looks like law up ahead.
Look at his
Play it
legs. Look at his fucking spread legs. Hey, cowboys. Mind if I ride? That's crazy.
Hello, gentlemen. Well, look what the cat drug in. I seem to have gotten myself in a spot to bother.
Quiet back there.
Let's see if we can't sort this out. How are you, boys?
Fine.
This is quite some country you have here.
We like it well enough.
Cody McIntosh, at your service.
Lee Gray. This is my
Everyone's
deputy
bunny
Archibald
hopping.
McGregor.
It's good to meet you.
You a Scot?
Partly. The best part.
Of course.
Now, tell me, sir, what did the silly, fancy fop back there do? Nothing too terrible, I trust.
He was accused of running a gold mining investment scam.
Oh, no. I'm sure he wasn't. He is a magician. I know him. He's a fool. But he is not a bad fellow. Now, can we Can we just...
I wouldn't do that if I were you. Shit! The Anderson boys! I can't have more scandal!
Well, allow us to help, my friend. Arthur.
Chase wanted man.
Oh, not the combos.
And take Archibald with you.
Just what I signed up for. Come on, big guy.
Oh no, this is gonna be hell on earth. Oh no.
Go after that train. Keep your guns holstered.
Oh no.
We need them Anderson boys alive.
That timer's terrifying.
Hurry. All right. Come on, we're losing them.
Maybe nothing bad will happen. Maybe it's fine.
Faster, come on. What's your name, sir?
Arthur Callahan.
Faster, Mr. Callahan, please.
I'm trying.
Oh gosh.
Oh.
Let you ride.
Oh. Oh. Oh, what am I wearing? What am I wearing? I look really good. One moment. Fuck off. Oh. Oh.
No.
Oh.
Did I not say that?
Oh. Sorry. Sorry, one moment. I got my outfit off. Oh, shit. No, I want to keep this outfit. I don't want to lose this, my outfit. I look really nice in it.
Yeah.
Go on, get.
Ooh, that must have hurt. Leave him. Stay with that train.
Oh. Oh.
I play for keeps.
Right. My bad. My bad. It was just a serial killer spawned on my ass with the donkey. Sorry, I thought that was the right thing for me to do. Get on.
Just what I signed up for.
Get on.
Big guy.
Perhaps we can discuss the foolish magician.
Stay with that train.
I like that outfit I had on.
And do not shoot them. You hear me?
I'm not shooting them.
Come on, hurry.
I'm not shooting them.
Come on, we're losing them.
Will you relax? We're not.
But if I have to.
Faster, come on. What's your name, sir?
Arthur Callahan.
Now. I think I broke the game. I think I broke the game. I think I broke it. I mean, pretty good for nearly 3 hours. I think I have to restart the game. Lou, I'm happy that you're happy, doll. This guy stinks! Okay, I think I have to restart the game. I think I have to task manager the game. Oh, golly gosh. Oh, golly. There we go. Ignore my wallpaper. We're going to restart. We're going to restart the game. I'll go grab my Kievs and everything's going to be okay. I'm not going to... Everything's going to be fine. Alright. Everything's fine. We simply just load back in and we're fine. And I have a Kiev now. Everything's good. We, the game broke. I think it was just like, girl, I can't do this anymore. What wallpaper, doll? What'd you see? All right.
Hell of a morning.
I think I've heard enough of
Oh, we're starting again here? Oh, no.
Now make yourself useful. In the first part
Good morning, Arthur.
Hi.
How you doing, old friend?
Really good.
Fine.
How are you?
It's funny. Us ending up down here. My daddy died in the field in Pennsylvania.
No.
Fighting this lot.
He
I ever
didn't.
tell you that?
Oh, yeah.
Many times. I see I'm boring you, Arthur.
Worrying me. We lost men back there.
We have lofty goals,
Kill him.
Arthur. We're
The mod's
trying
mine.
to reform society to a kinder, truer, better way. Now, of course, there's gonna be casualties.
Really?
We're thieves. In a world that don't want us no more.
We are dreamers in an ever duller world of facts. Now,
We're
I'll give you
dreamers.
that, but come on. We got the day. It's nice out.
Mm-hmm.
Old Hosea says that there's a creek around here. I reckon it's full of fish.
Indeed. Okay. Keep talking to me. Sorry, Dom. You look beautiful, by the way, but gonna keep going. It's juicy. Can we speed things up, please, Dutch? Hans.
Hey, old girl, come on down here. Why don't you show us this crick you've been pissing in?
Hey, you don't look too rosy, old
Great.
friend. I thought this...
Tara,
warmer
welcome
weather
in. What were you streaming, doll? Thank you. Horse lasagna and Sarah Jessica Parker. Woo!
Let's go.
All right, gentlemen, let me show you how it's done.
Where's my weapons? Do I not have any weapons?
Come on.
Guys, where's my weapons? Oh no, do I not have any? Hold, I need a Kiev, I'm stressed. Where's me weapons? Great. How is DBD? Raining horses is just what we need right now. Yep, okay. Striker, that's rough when O'Driscolls were spawned.
All right, gentlemen, let me show you how it's done.
Okay.
Okay.
All good, guys.
You're okay, girl.
All good. Oh my god, why do they get mad, Tara? Bloody entertainment. Disable jump and sprint. Okay. Everything's all good, guys. Everything's all good.
I need to get out for a bit. Me and the old guard. Before any of them back there, oh, there was us.
The curious couple and their unruly
Run them
son.
over with your horse.
It feels good here. You did well finding that spot, Arthur.
More Charles than me.
It's like I can breathe again. Thick and soupy as this air is.
Excuse me.
Might even do your whistling pipes some good, Hosea.
I was once in this country with Bessie.
Please be normal.
Feels like a lifetime ago.
It was
All
a
right.
lifetime ago. But what a life we have lived. How well we have fought. A especially both of
Run
you.
them over with your
I
horse.
hope so.
But now, when things are desperate, we have to stick with the plan.
Oh,
Make
Tara,
enough
I
money,
hate when people
then
do that.
find somewhere.
I got a weapon. Oh, yay, they're back.
Nobody
Okay.
will find us, but we don't have to hide.
Like where?
I got some ideas hatching, but I need you with me, not against me. Both of you.
Of course.
Still, we do need money.
I have gold, but it's
So
mine.
keep a low profile, especially in the local town. After Valentine, I want everyone on best behavior here.
Oh,
No trouble.
Kenny.
But
I
start
can't pick
turning
you up,
over
but
the
thank you.
soil and the rocks. See what turns up.
I don't use weapons or
We've
cause
gotta
trouble
be
in
discreet.
roads.
Imagine what a slew of rich
Rich,
simpletons there must
Rich
be down here.
Simps.
Oh,
Rich Simpson
this is
roads.
Perfect for you, Hosea. You'll be able to play them like a fiddle.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure, but
No buts. Not today. We fish
Wait, is
and
that
we
my
enjoy
cow?
the
Oh, no,
day.
never mind.
Looks like law up ahead. Play it cool.
Put that gun away.
hold.
He's
You're joking. The mod set the wagon on fire. Out of 158 mods, the wagon was set on fire. That's actually crazy. Please tell me.
Come on, then.
Oh my god.
girl.
It sets a it turns a random mod on every 45 seconds. So that mod happened to be set a wagon on fire. Which is wild.
Why don't we just fish here?
Who wants to hear a monologue again?
Because I need to get out for a bit. Me and the old guard. Before any of them.
I think it's daddy issues.
Oh, there was
In
us.
Pennsylvania.
Curious couple and their unruly son.
It feels good here. You did well finding that spot, Arthur.
Arthur.
More Charles than me.
It's like I can breathe
Tired,
again,
super fun.
thick and soupy as this air is.
Kind of stressful
Might even
sometimes.
do your whistling pipes some
But a
good,
fun
Hosea.
stressful.
I was once in this country with Bessie.
Bessie.
Ah, feels like a lifetime ago.
It was a lifetime ago. But what a life we have
Aw.
lived. How well we have fought. Especially both of you.
I hope so.
But now, when things are desperate, we have to stick with the plan. Make enough money, then find
Rodney's
somewhere
back.
where nobody will find us.
I really like the robot.
We don't have to hide.
Like where?
I got some ideas hatching, but I need you with me, not against me.
Not
Both of
against
you.
me.
Of course.
Still, we do need money. So keep a low profile.
May, I'm
especially in
camping
the local
tomorrow, so
town.
I can't. But I said to
After
her, we can
Valentine, I
do
want everyone on
Overwatch
best behavior
next
here.
Friday.
No trouble.
I'm down.
Start turning over
I just
the
can't stream
soil
tomorrow.
And the rocks.
Spawn
See
angry
what
skeleton?
turns
No
up.
way.
Dutch, we've got to be discreet.
Imagine
I know.
what a slew of rich simpletons.
But I said
there
next
must be
week for
down
sure.
here.
That'll be so funny.
Oh, this is perfect for you, Hosea. You'll be able to play them like a fiddle. Looks like law up ahead. Play it cool.
Is that skeleton coming? Please don't blow up the wagon.
Hello, gentlemen. Well, look what the cat drug in.
I seem to have gotten myself in a...
Well, look who it is.
Let's see if we can't sort
Oops, sorry.
this out.
Not me just... Okay.
How are you, boys?
Fine.
This is quite some country you have here.
We like it well enough.
Hoagie McIntosh, at your service.
Lee Gray. This is my deputy Archibald
At
McGregor.
your service.
It's good to meet you.
You a Scot?
Partly. The best part.
Of course.
Now, tell me, sir, what did the silly, fancy fop back there do? Nothing too terrible, I
At least we have the
He was
people now.
accused of running a gold mining investment scam.
Oh, no. I'm sure he wasn't. He
The
is
robot.
a magician. I know him.
The
He's a
skeleton's
fool.
coming?
But he is not a bad fellow. Now, can we just...
I wouldn't do that if I were you. Shit! The Anderson boys! I can't have more scandal!
Well, allow us to help, my friend. Arthur.
Chase wanted man.
And take Archibald with you.
Just what I signed up for.
Come
on, big guy.
Perhaps we can discuss the foolish magician.
I warned you. You're up against
Can you get off? Yep, really good. Really good. Fuck's sake. For the angry skeleton. I think we have a checkpoint here now, though.
Take Archibald with you.
Okay,
Just
we're
what
good,
I
we're good.
signed up for.
We're
Come
good.
on, big guy. Perhaps we can discuss the foolish magician.
Stay with that train.
I'll be back for you, robot.
And do not shoot them, you hear me? Come on, hurry.
All right.
Come on, we're losing
Oh my
them.
god.
Will you relax? We're not losing them.
Faster, come on. What's your name, sir?
Arthur Callahan.
Faster, Mr. Callahan, please.
My neck is on the line here.
I get it. I'm doing my best.
All right, guys. Please give us a good spawn. $158 mods. 158. 158 mods. 158.
Take Archibald with you.
Just what I signed up for. Come on, big guy.
Perhaps we can discuss the foolish magician.
Stay with that train.
Don't
let
worry.
them get away. And do not shoot them, you hear me?
Everything is fine.
Come on, hurry.
All right.
Come on, we're losing them.
Will you relax? We're not losing them.
Faster, come on. What's your name,
Arthur
sir?
Callahan.
Arthur Callahan.
Faster, Mr. Callahan, please. My neck is on the line here.
I get it.
Better
I'm
than
doing
nothing.
my best. So what are these fellas wanted for?
Well, the Anderson boys? Robbery, murder, kidnapping. They're the lowest of the low.
Looks like the
Better than
son of a
nothing.
bitch is gonna make it. You sure I can't just shoot him?
No, did I not say that?
You've said plenty.
Come on, big guy.
Yeah, idiot. Now get after the others. Come on. The train is slowing down to go through the station.
I'm
Now's our
coming.
chance.
I'm
See
coming.
if you can get alongside the train.
Oh no. Oh no.
You need to get alongside.
I'm trying.
See the flat carriage? Head for that. Get us as close.
The law was alerted because I ran over a chicken. Fuck. Surely there's a checkpoint to the second guy, right?
Take Archibald with you.
Just what I signed up for.
Alright, here's the thing. If we have another bad run, we'll have to turn off the mods for this mission because the checkpoints are too far apart.
Come on, hurry.
All right.
Come on, we're
Not the
losing 'em.
chicken.
Will you relax? We're not losing them.
Faster, come on. What's your name, sir?
Arthur Callahan.
Faster, Mr. Callahan, please. My neck is on the line here.
I get it. I'm doing my best. So what are these fellas wanted for?
Oh, the Anderson boys? Robbery, murder, kidnapping. They're the lowest of the low. Hey, stop that. Tortured two fellers to within an inch of their lives. We've been after them for 5 years or more now.
Looks like the son of a bitch is gonna make it. You sure I can't just shoot him?
No.
Everything's
Did I
fine,
not say
guys.
that?
Don't worry.
You've said plenty.
I'm chasing the train. I'm doing as much as I can. Whoa, whoa. All good.
Where the hell are you going? Idiot. Now get after the others. Come on. The train is slowing down to go through the
I'm
station.
coming.
Now's our chance.
See if you can get alongside the train.
I'll do what I can, sir. I'll do what I can. That timer is getting really quick.
See the flat carriage? Head for that. Get us as close as you can. You think you can jump on there?
Well, he's hoping.
Because you ride like my grandmother. You are something else. Jump, damn it! God bastard! I didn't do nothing! Go to hell! Get off!
Get off me. Surely that's a checkpoint. Soldier.
Don't let them get away!
Soldier companion. Daniel, honestly, I thought it was a bit wild for me, but because it's all like silly mods, I was like, oh, this could be funny. Hopefully, majority of people enjoyed it, because I know it's kind of wild that I chose to do this on my first playthrough. Oh, shit. Alright. Now, it spawned a mini donkey. Please tell me the checkpoint's on the train. Great. Fine. Fine. Pain in the ass, literally. Arthur, do a split. Imagine if he starts dancing. That dancing one was so funny.
Come on, shitbag!
Hopefully it looks okay. The start of it was a little bit blurry. Oh. What was the funniest mod? The dancing one was funny. Sorry, I was just so impressed with that train. Freedom. True. Mine, yeah, the mine rain car.
Come on, shitbag!
The gravity one. The fist fight with the armless. Oh god. Bunny hop. Go on, get. I'ma get you, bitches. I'ma get you. Come on, come to daddy. Come on, pal. Yeah, you're stuck now, pal. You're stuck.
Just us then, lawman. Come here. Try at least. We need to bother. Let me go. Can't do that. Need some gin? Come on. Tempted as it might be, do not kill him.
I'm not killing him. Oh, good. Good, yep. Disable all movements is actually really foul of them.
I'm coming for you next. I'm gonna ride ahead and stop the train.
Hey, baby.
Just us then, lawman. Come here. We need to bother. Let me go. Can't do that.
Come on.
Try at least. Just don't kill him.
Come on, girl. Ah.
You sure?
Oh, good, a lasso. Oh, good. Actually, that kind of worked. I don't know what to do here. I think I have to cut him free. I think I have to cut him free. Right, my bad. I just saw stab and I thought it was gonna be a little bit like a like ooh.
I'm coming for
My
you
bad.
next.
Okay. My bad.
It's just us then.
My bad.
Come here. You ain't need to bother. Let me go. Can't do that.
My bad. You naughty boy. I'll knock him out.
Anonymous has gifted a sub to Freedom 1022.
Go on, get. Go on, get. Anonymous, thank you. Ooh. No. Everything's fine.
I don't think he's dead.
I keep forgetting how to block. Thank you, Anonymous.
Just about.
Hey.
Bring him out here.
How y'all doing?
Deputy.
Sounded like quite a...
Give me a second, sweetie. I'm coming out. One moment. Yep. All good. Yep. Surprise! Anderson boy.
Old Anders Anderson.
What now?
Take him in. Come on.
All right.
Job. Well done. And a pat on the back for me for stopping the train. Load Anders onto the back of your horse there, and we'll take him to Sheriff Gray.
I have a lot of bounties on me.
There you go. You are a natural. All right, let's take
Okay,
him in.
words of affirmation.
Follow me.
What about the others?
Oh, we'll round them up. Anders back there is the brains of the operation, and that's really saying something.
You're the boss.
That was mighty impressive, sir. I have to admit.
Mighty
I'd hazard a guess
impressive.
You served the law yourself at some point.
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that.
Are you familiar with the area here?
No, not really.
On your right here, these tobacco fields. This is part of Caliga Hall, big estate belonging to the Gray family.
Looks bone dry.
It was bone dry.
Yes, we are in dire need of some rain round here, let me tell you. The Grays have lived in Caliga Hall for generations.
Spawn giant cop. You know?
Fine job, well done. And a
Sure,
pat on the back
sure.
for me for stopping the train. Load Anders onto the back of your horse there, and we'll take him to Sheriff Gray. There you go. You are a natural. All right, let's take him in. Follow me.
You are a natural. Yo, they only got loaded because you ran him over. How? He was giant.
There is the brains of the operation, and that's
I
really
don't cut
saying
Mimi's
something.
nails.
You're the
I
boss.
probably should.
That was mighty impressive.
I let her go
sir.
free.
I have to admit, I'd
Which my
hazard a
couch
guess you
hates.
served the law yourself at some point.
I think she would be
Well,
okay though,
I
because
wouldn't exactly say that.
she likes to
Are you
lay
familiar
flat
with
with
the
her
area
tummy
here?
out, so maybe I can
No,
do that.
Not really.
On your right here, these tobacco fields. This is part of Caliga Hall, big estate belonging to the Gray family.
Looks bone dry.
Bone dry.
Yes, we are in dire need of some rain round here, let me tell you. The Grays
Set
have
rain,
lived
set
in
rain.
Caliga Hall for
Imagine.
generations. Fine people. My family's been working for them for years. Sheriff Gray's the one I know best, of course, but they own half the businesses in town.
Which town?
Rhodes, sir. You don't know it? Where we're headed right now. Ain't what it was before the war, but it has its
she
charms. I'm sure
doesn't.
you
Well,
already
she
know
uses
of
the post
Wraith
sometimes.
Like I said.
She definitely uses the
just
couch.
got down here.
No way. I don't need no part of this.
Hey, hey, what's the problem?
Sorry. Sorry. Hi
Just
Beef.
talking about something.
It's been
Another
interesting.
big family in these parts.
How are you?
They have an estate west of here.
Daniel.
Awful people, truly awful. They've been fighting with the Grays for as long as I can remember.
Sounds like quite the place you got here.
We're gonna bear left here.
Bear left. Everything is okay, I think.
Whoa!
Oh, what's that?
Let's go.
What's that? Hey guys!
They've run out of my favorite scotch. Again.
Alas, such is the way of the world.
Oh, they... Oh! Ride him, girl! Cool! Good for you guys. Okay, sure. Sure.
Hey, where are you going?
Oh no. Sorry, doll. I just had to investigate something. Oh, where's...
All right, mount up. What are you doing?
Sorry, doll. Where's my... Oh, there he is. Sorry, guys. My bad.
Put him on your horse and let's go.
I'm on my way. Will this kill my horse?
Let's.
All nearby thingy. Oh, there's Lenny everywhere.
You're a brave girl.
Here we are. Welcome to Rhodes.
Wait.
There on your left is the Rhodes Parlor House. Very reputable saloon owned by the Gray family.
Lenny!
We also have a general store, gunsmith, post office, train station, of course.
What more do you need?
Very little.
Lenny!
Let's get out of here.
Sorry. Now let's go.
Yeah. Can we just go now, please?
Lenny? Oh. I know the Lenny mission was a fever dream.
Walking them in.
Lenny and Lenny. Where's the real Lenny? I don't know. Sorry, let's go.
Hey!
Sorry.
Something else around here every day.
Wait, actually, Daniel, you're right.
Oh, good. They're back. And that's your friend, right?
Yep.
Are they still all Lenny? No, okay.
Okay, we're gonna stop just ahead on the right, outside the sheriff's office. Can you grab Anders off your horse and carry him in for me?
All good.
Bad times. Just bring him here.
Hey, fellas.
Check this out.
Mr. Gray! We got him. Very good.
I told you Arthur would deliver. Man has a passion for justice.
Yep.
So, about my friend here?
Your idiot friend is free to go. But no more trouble from you, partner.
I promise you, this was all just a big misunderstanding. However, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
No need to thank me.
I pretend to appreciate that. Mr. McIntosh, it has been a real pleasure. The mostly good citizens of Rhodes, we welcome you.
Well, we're just honored to be here.
And make your friend behave. We got enough trouble from some of the residents, old-timers who've gone, sadly, to seed and lost their dignity.
How terrible. Come along now. I will keep this fellow on the straight and narrow.
Come back and see us sometime soon. Excuse me, gentlemen. Bo, these better be ugly rumors. Is it true you were seen talking to that wretched Penelope Braithwaite?
I can't
Penelope?
thank you enough.
Where have you been?
Around.
And where you staying?
I'm renting a caravan on the edge of town behind the church. It's horrible, but no one comes looking. The whole town is trapped in this interminable feud between the two families. His lot, Gray's, and Braithwaite's.
Interesting.
2 old plantation houses and falling out.
I'm stuck on the mule.
Marrying cousins or not marrying.
Arthur, Jose, you start poking around. See what you can find out about that.
I have missed
Boys.
you, boys.
Boys.
I've heard about bounty.
There's been a price on my head for 13 years. It'll
I
take
need a
months
mod to
find
get
us
me
down
out of here,
and
actually.
It seems like we can have a little sport.
Well, they're good bounties.
Where you hear this?
Some fellas I met at a camp near the state line said there was talk of it in bars in the north and west for 500 miles.
Okay.
There was talk of super agents of some sort.
Super agents. I'd love to meet one. It's just talk.
I'm sure it is, but I couldn't not tell you.
Stay out of trouble.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Do I get money for this? The gang was abandoned. They abandoned me. You're probably wondering how I got here.
Okay, so these two plantation families. Arthur, you start sniffing around the Gray's place, see what the story is there.
Yeah, I passed by it earlier with our friend Archibald.
Good. Hosea,
Oh,
you
no.
see what you can find out about these Braithwaites.
All right. Thank you, Arthur.
Quite a fishing trip.
There's still time. I'm up for it.
How
Great.
about you, Arthur? Or have you had enough of the chase for one day?
Shit.
We all good here?
Oh, why not?
Are we good, boys?
Great. Hosea, why don't you lead us to that spot you were talking about? Kinda like this place.
Okay. Let's see if
Um,
we can avoid any more excitement.
All right. All right, guys, let's go fishing. Oh, great. Great. Help. I am on my way. Unfortunately, you're all mammoth. Okay. I'll be there in a jiffy. Oh, he's spread eagle. I do want to come, actually. I need health.
Let's go.
Can anyone help me, maybe? Anyone maybe can see something's happening and you're spread eagle on your horse and maybe you think you would help a friend? Yep. Also good. So guys, great. 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 Yep. Yep. Angry twin? Can I please mount my horse? Hosea died. That's crazy. I can't believe I was on the ground tied up watching my twin and an angry mummy beat their asses. Okay.
All right, gentlemen. Follow me.
All right. Bye, guys.
So how far is this creek?
Axel,
Bit of a
yeah.
ride still, and it's not a creek. It's the same lake we camped on, just a different part. It'll be worth it. I saw some big drum and sturgeon there. Should be rock bass, bluegills,
Oh my
perch,
God.
pickerel too. It's a good spot.
We'll see if you're as good at catching fish as you are at catching criminals, Arthur.
Trelawney owes me for that.
That's crazy.
Trelawney owes everyone for something, but his information is good.
Plus, we are now ingratiated with the local law.
Local law?
I'd say it was a worthwhile diversion all around.
Where is this spot, Hosea? Timbuktu?
Not too much farther.
Timbuktu.
Anyway, you two never told me properly about that business with Cornwall in Valentine.
Wait, what's that thing at? Okay.
What happened there?
Timbuktu.
Scaring the living daylights out of Mr. Strauss.
That was about the
Everyone
only
ragdolls
upside.
when shot.
John and I didn't even have time to get paid for the sheep we rustled.
It is safe to say
David.
Mr. Cornwall
That
isn't
was
a
funny.
man to let bygones
That was funny.
be bygones.
Ambushed us in the saloon. He came with a lot of guards and what seemed like just about every lawman in the county.
We've had closer shaves, but not that many.
And if Cornwall found us, the Pinkertons couldn't have been far behind.
They found me when I was fishing with Jack, remember?
Remember?
Listen, it was good we moved when we did, but that mess is behind us now.
Yes. Jack told me you were a good teacher
timeline,
when
I'm
you
scared.
took him fishing. I said he must have you confused.
Oops, sorry there, sir. Oh, sorry there, sir. Oh. One moment there, we're stuck on the ground.
So, you're going back to see that Sheriff
That
Drake?
scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, I don't see why not. They don't know who we are down here.
Well, this is quite nice, isn't it? He must have been confused. Just three boys galloping on their horse, 3 feet apart because they're not gay. Stunning. This whole map is perfect. Did this win a lot of awards back in the day?
If he thinks we can be useful to
where's my
him,
hat?
he can certainly be useful to us. A little hiding in plain sight.
I feel like we're always hiding in plain sight.
This is the spot. Down to the left there.
Yeah, right. Hey! Any help? Help! Help! I would say I was abandoned. We went to a circle to go to the side path we could have taken previously, apparently. Over 175... Whoa, 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 whoa.
All right, gentlemen.
Game of the Year awards and over 275 perfect scores, recognized by various game publications and award shows, is also won 4 awards at the Game Awards. Best narrative, score, audio design, and performance. Yeah. Yeah. They're wild. I do have to meet those... What the hell? It wasn't by choice, exactly. Okay. Nick, yeah, tell him.
Follow me.
I truly think, and I've only played, let's just say I've only played 15 hours of this game. Let's just say that.
Still, and it's not a creek.
This has to be
It's
the
same
best
lake
game
we
I've ever
camped
played.
on, just a different pot. It'll be worth it. I saw some big drum and sturgeon there.
It's too
Should be
good.
rock bass, bluegills, perch, pickerel too. It's a good spot.
We'll see if you're
Yeah.
as good at catching
Nick, how are
fish
you,
as you
doll?
are at catching criminals, Arthur.
Trelawney owes me for that.
Trelawney owes everyone for something, but his information is good.
Plus, we are now ingratiated with the local law. I'd say it was a worthwhile
Give me something nice.
diversion all around.
Okay. No, Virgil. For sure. It's just, I don't know, like, even if you don't, you know what's crazy? Even if you don't do the story, which obviously is so strong in itself, even if you don't do the story, the fact that the map and the open world is so vast and so gorgeous, by the way, 8 years old, I don't think, like, this is just, it's such a stunning game. It holds up. Like, it's just so beautiful. Even, like, the weather, everything.
Like a bad penny. I'm
Oh,
not
it's just
sure
so
how
great.
good a magician he is, but he's certainly good at disappearing when he feels like it.
Where does he go?
I can't.
Everywhere and nowhere, it seems. We wouldn't have got Sean back if he hadn't been weaseling around down that way, though.
Hey, Dutch, remember that time you found him in the outhouse?
Oh, yeah. We hadn't seen him in weeks. We stopped in some dead-end town in the middle of nowhere. Don't even remember the name.
You and Bill were off doing something, Arthur.
Oh my god.
So,
would you be
pick
down
up
for
some
me guys to play
supplies.
GTA 6 when
I
it
go
comes
to
out?
relieve myself. Open the door, and there's Trelawney, sitting there, newspaper in hand. Mr. Vanderlyn, I say, what the hell are you doing here?
Give me a second, guys. One moment. One moment. Oh, I can skip. Drugs and sex? Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, follow me.
So how far is this?
I want to go to the strip club.
It's a bit of a ride still, and it's not a creek. It's the same lake we camped on, just a different part.
Darren, even before, what happened? Something happened. A mod happened. Yeah, a mod happened where... Or was it in... I don't know. Something happened where the horse got angry. Not by me, but the horse got angry with a mod or something. And the NPC was like, even your horse doesn't like you.
Oh my god. Are you gonna fall in the lake too?
Sorry. Peter, the horse is here.
So, yes, it'll be worth it. I saw some big drum and sturgeon there. Should be rock bass, bluegills, perch, pickerel
Bluegills.
too. It's a good spot.
We'll see if you're as good at catching fish as you are at catching criminals, Arthur.
Trelawney owes me for that.
I haven't done
Trelawney owes
Cyberpunk, no.
everyone for
Peter, the
something,
horse is
but
here.
his information is good.
Plus, we are now ingratiated.
Also, you probably have noticed, I will probably be doing Red Dead until I end. I'm honestly going to be doing anywhere between 4 to 5 hours today. Because I have so much to do. So I'm just gonna keep playing this. Can I stop being kidnapped for 5 seconds?
I'd say it was a worthwhile diversion all around.
What did we stop for?
Trelawney's like a bad penny.
I'm not sure how good a magician he is, but he's certainly good at disappearing when he feels like it.
Where does he go?
Everywhere and nowhere, it seems. We wouldn't have got Sean back if he hadn't been weaseling around down that way, though.
Hey, guys. Guys.
Remember that time we found him in the outhouse?
Thank God.
Oh, yeah! We hadn't seen him in weeks.
Revive dead peds. Perfect.
I think you're going the wrong way.
I'm just getting my horse, sweetie.
You know where you're going.
I'm getting the horse. Didn't have these shenanigans. True.
Now, I was saying something. Oh, yeah. We stopped in some dead-end town in the middle of nowhere. Don't even remember the name.
You and Bill were off doing something, Arthur.
So, we pick up some supplies. I go to relieve myself.
For months.
Open the door.
I'll do a
and
normal
there's
playthrough.
Trelawney
Well, I'll
sitting there.
the next stream I do, I'll do
newspaper in hand.
no mods.
Mr. Vanderlyn, I say, what the hell are you doing here? And he said,
I do want to do
could ask
crowd
you the
control
same
one day
thing.
though for a laugh.
Now, if you wouldn't mind giving me a little privacy, I ate a rotten oyster.
Hey, maybe there are actually 100 Trelawneys.
What a terrible thought.
Guys, I honestly feel like I can do a great impression of Arthur. Oh my god, Daniel. Too long. I could do something where like, because it's simple, what I can do is I can press F7 at any point. So I could probably do something where we can have a day where like you can turn it on with bits or something. So we can do the mission, but then, I don't know, make it interactive or something. 15 minutes! 15 minutes! Oh my god. I do think though that I have so many reels from this. I just gotta go through the VOD and see what's clear enough to edit into a reel. Because I didn't.
This is the spot.
I don't think we've
Down
even
to the
seen
left
half
there.
of the mods. Yeah, Tara. There's no way we saw all 183, sorry. I'm so scared. Oh, that's actually really nice.
I saw some boats around last time. Be good to get to deeper water.
Ooh, by the way, sorry. RE9, I will be modding that. I can't help myself. I'm going to put random mods in and not look up what they do and just experience it with all of you. I'm sorry, I just really want to experience it with mods. Can you rig it so once one's been used, it's out of rotation? I could probably figure it out. It's kind of old though. I'm sure someone's done it.
Yes, over there on the shore.
I know a lot of people I'm sure are like, can you stop playing with mods? But I love mods. I can't help it. So
I'm
next
sure
week I'm going to
nobody
do
would
mods
mind
with
if we
this.
borrowed one of these. Come on.
I'm coming. One second.
All right. This looks like a fine vessel.
Okay. Come on, Arthur. Let's get her in the water. Oh,
Shirtless
I got
Leon.
a good feeling about fishing here. It's
Oh,
supposed to be some
yay.
incredible sturgeon.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I like not knowing what's happening.
Let me row. You boys are too old for real labor no more.
You're too dumb for anything else.
You're still too quick for me, old man.
I enjoy picking on children. Now take us to the deeper water.
Oh
Great.
no.
Good luck and stupid fish.
Oh no.
But what about stupid luck and good fish?
That'll do too. Head towards the middle of the lake.
What can happen? Pixel. Exactly. I'm scared. We're in a boat in the water.
I think here's good.
all right. Good luck, gentlemen.
This is the perfect time. Catch the best fish at dawn and dusk. We should use a lake lure. That'll give us a much better chance of hooking something big. Are you gonna bait that hook? You won't get too far with no bait, Arthur.
Yes, one moment, sir.
Don't think too hard, Arthur. Just bait and cast.
I need to be unstuck.
Some bait on your hook might help.
Okay, that was a bite.
There we go.
There he is.
Damn it, I lost him.
I abandoned them? Yes, okay. I want to leave it on for a second
right.
and then...
Good luck, gentlemen.
Ooh, I can see your
Won't
doodle.
catch much without a rod. Where's your rod, Arthur?
This is the
I'm getting
perfect
it,
time.
Dad.
Catch the best fish at dawn and dusk. We should use a lake lure. That'll give us a much better chance of hooking
Oh, a
something big
fish.
like a sturgeon.
The fish we're being
Wrong
is
with
so
good old
funny.
worm. Oh, worms are good for tiddlers like bluegill and rock bass, but you'd have to be real lucky to catch a sturgeon with one.
Lures it is, then. You heard the expert, Arthur. Let's bait up.
Keep the lure moving slowly on the water so it looks like a little fish just asking to be eaten. Don't think too hard.
I don't have any bait. Oh.
Arthur, just bait and cast.
Alright. We're back.
First lesson, Arthur. You have to cast the line to catch a fish.
I'm doing it. Let's go. Okay.
All right. Good luck, gentlemen.
Look at the serial killer swimming away.
You won't catch much without a rod.
Bye, baby. See you next time.
This is the perfect time. Catch the best fish at dawn and
Some
dusk.
say he's still swimming.
We should use a lake lure. That'll give us a much better chance of hooking something big like a sturgeon.
What's wrong with a good old worm?
Oh, worms are good for tiddlers like bluegill and rock bass, but you'd have to be real lucky to catch a sturgeon with one.
Lures it is, then. You heard the expert, Arthur. Let's bait up.
Keep the
it's
lure
not-
moving slowly on the water so it looks like a little fish just asking to be eaten. Are you gonna bait that hook?
I have to restart, sorry. I'm bugged. I'm gonna try again. I was bugged. I couldn't do anything. I can
All
see
right.
your rod.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you, guys. There's a serial killer. Hello.
This is the perfect time. Catch the best fish at dawn and dusk. We should use a lake lure. That'll give us a much better chance of hooking something big like a sturgeon.
What's wrong with a good old worm?
Oh, worms are good for tiddlers
Alrighty.
like bluegill and rock bass, but you'd have to be real lucky to catch a sturgeon with one.
Lures it is, then. You heard the expert, Arthur.
All right.
Let's bait up.
Keep the lure moving slowly on the water so it looks like a little fish just asking to be eaten.
I agree. Come on.
You got a bite.
Got him? Just gotta reel him in now, Arthur.
Come on, doll. Come on, doll. Um. 1 minute, boys. All good. What's a little waterboarding with friends, huh? What's all good?
Are you bored already, Arthur?
You tell me. It's really okay. They're not complaining. Let's see what it, maybe you can reset us. Okay, I'm gonna restart.
All right. Good luck, gentlemen.
The serial killer and the donkey is sending me to the moon. Okay.
This is the perfect time. Catch the best fish at dawn and dusk. We should use a lake lure. That'll give us a much better chance of hooking something
All right.
big like a sturgeon.
What's wrong with a good old worm?
Oh, worms are good for tiddlers like bluegill and rock bass, but you'd have to be real lucky to catch a sturgeon with one.
Lures it is, then. You heard the expert, Arthur. Let's bait up.
Keep the lure moving slowly on the water so it looks like a little fish just asking to be eaten.
So true.
Got a nibble there, Arthur?
Yeah.
You hooked him.
Yep. Yep, all good.
I think that's a bite. There, hooked him.
Yep. You're all good, sweetie. You're all good.
Hey, look at
Yep.
There you go.
Well done, Arthur.
Yep.
They can grow a lot bigger than that.
You're getting the hang of this.
I'm
That'll
keeping
grow
it.
up nice.
Surely we
Hey,
can.
Hosea. You remember that time we sent Arthur out?
Surely we're
fishing?
fine.
He came back with 3 beautiful bass.
Not this again.
I don't think I do.
Oh, yeah. You do. He was maybe 20. 21. Walked in all
I
full
caught
of
a fish.
himself.
How dare I?
We had a big feast. Toasted him all night.
This was 15 years ago.
Oh, I remember now.
Then, the next week, Arthur and I are at the market, and Fishmonger calls out, "So how did you enjoy those bass?"
Look, you can fish.
I wish
or
it
you can
actually
go
made me
drinking
dance.
all day, rob someone, and buy some fish.
You got a bite there, Arthur.
Fish on the line, Arthur.
Thank you.
I used to go fishing with this feller back in the day. Wesley, his name was.
Yep.
Real miserable bastard, but he loved to fish. We go out all the time. But one day, we were river fishing.
Come
and
on.
we see a funeral procession going over the bridge, and out of
Yep.
the blue, Wesley stands up, takes off his hat, bows his
Yay,
head.
good honor.
Then he sits down, picks his rod back up, and carries on. Doesn't say a
Another
word.
fish.
So I'm a little surprised and say, "Wesley, that was nice of you." And he replies, "Well, felt I had to. After all, I was married to her for 30 years.
Hey, I reckon we call it a day, fellas.
Oh.
Already?
You ain't been chasing
What the
down
hell?
outlaws.
No, we can
All
keep
right.
fishing.
Think we got a decent haul here. Pearson will be happy.
Oh, my
Should
bad.
we head back?
We could keep the boat not too far back to camp from here.
That's so
Good
funny.
idea.
What did
Could
I
be
do?
useful.
What about the horses?
Well, they'll find their way back.
Just follow the shore south, Arthur.
That was fun. Thank you, boys. Now, Hosea,
Yes.
how about a...
What the hell?
All right. Think we got a decent haul here. Pearson will be happy. Should we head back?
We could keep the boat not too far back to camp from here.
Good idea. Could be useful.
What about the horses?
What
They'll
about the
find their way
horses?
back.
Just follow the shore south, Arthur.
That was fun. Thank you, boys. Now, Hosea,
Yes.
how about a song?
Okay.
Oh no.
All right, I got one for you. I asked that gal to give me something.
I asked that gal to give me some. She says, wait till the taters is done. I couldn't wait till the taters was done.
Damn.
I couldn't wait till the taters was done. Threw her on the floor and knocked off some. I wish to God I'd have passed her by. I wish to God I'd have passed her by. Taters got burned and so did I.
What the hell?
That was pretty good. But you know, what song we should be singing?
What?
Well, look at us. 3 mariners.
Ah, of course.
Well, we be 3 poor mariners, newly come from the seas. We spend our lives in jeopardy while others live at ease. Shall we
Well.
go dance this round, round, round? Shall we
Hi,
go
Pug.
dance this round,
Hi,
round,
Chris,
round?
by the way.
Hey, that is a
I would like a
bully
ring.
boy. Come pledge me on this round, round, round. We care not for the martial men that do our state's disdain, but we care for the merchant men that do our states maintain. To them we dance this round, around, around. To them we dance this round, around, around. And he that is a bully boy, come pledge me on this ground, 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 ground. Oh, bravo! Bravo!
Well, you know, we should not let the folks back in camp think we had too much fun.
Indeed not.
Too much fun. I caught 2 fish. Hey guys, Daddy's home.
All right.
Monkey's uncle.
Well, I mean, we're gonna be okay. I know. I always know. Whenever I got you two by my side, things are gonna be just fine. This place will be good for us. For now, anyway.
I hope so.
Wow.
Well, I am going to take in the view.
Me too, sir. Me too. Me too. Hey, can I wash myself? Is that clean enough? This screaming's crazy. Excuse me?
Preferred that, did you? Sometimes. Depending on the ladies. Should I say the women?
What a pair of feckless bastards. Was up near North Elizabeth.
Uh-oh. Who's my enemy?
I was fixated on this pocket watch Dutch had. Big fancy thing it was. It was a greedy bugger. And hungry too. Hadn't eaten in 3
Well.
days. So I thought to myself,
Me too before the launch. Guess you got a better view than he did. Yep. Guys. Let me check where we're at. Did we get somewhere today? We're nearly at 30%. We're nearly at 30. What was yesterday? Okay, yesterday we're at 24. So I mean, to be fair, those missions took us 10 times as long, sorry. It took 10 times as long because of the mod. But I personally think it was a good time. Guys, that was so much fun. I want to keep going, but at the same time, a little 4-hour stream would help me so much today because I have so much to do. Oh my goodness. But did you enjoy that? I really hope most of you did. I'm sure a lot of people were like, oh, I just want to watch the story without fucking crazy shit happening. But I wanted to do something for you today. Again, I didn't know how it would be received, but I wanted to do something for you today that hopefully gave you some whimsy and made you happy. So yeah, I really hope you enjoyed that. I just wanted to do something special for you guys. Yeah, hope you enjoyed that. I have a new video on YouTube. It is January and Feb. Seb, I'm about to go. It's okay. It's okay. Jan and Feb clips. I think maybe you are the only one who doesn't already know this. Yeah, true. True. So I have that video on YouTube, and then in a few days I have episode 3 of my playthrough going up, which is honestly one of the funniest episodes if you missed that stream. But yeah, no, this was really good. Honestly, I'm glad I got to experience this with you, and I'm glad I chucked it on. I wanted to do something silly for April Fool's today. I didn't sleep well last night, so I was feeling a little bit... I almost didn't stream. Isn't this crazy? This almost didn't happen. But I thought, no, we are gonna have a good time. I fucked anyways! Thank you, Seb. It's been good having you here. And Striker and Wheezy. I'm along for the ride. But no, guys, so this is a long Easter weekend. I won't have one of these weekends, I promise, for a while after this. I'm leaving for camping tomorrow and I come back Monday, so 2 streams will be vanishing from the schedule. But I am back US Monday, or Aussie Tuesday, and we'll have the whole week. So I won't see you for a couple of days. Camping, don't say that! I'll bring my harmonica. No one will get me now. But anyway, I will update you. I'll also go live from my phone if I have 5G at some point and want to say hello. Again, that's a very low chance. But if you see a notification, that's me on my phone going, I'm going to see if I can go live. So I don't know. But I love you guys. Today was so fun. And it honestly meant a lot to me. It was really cool seeing how you all enjoyed it. That made me really happy. So, yeah. That was a lot of fun. You know what? I'm really excited for camping. But I will say, with my regulars, and we actually have a few new community members, streams have honestly been a pleasure. And I know you're like, all right, Carl, shut up and go. But like, streams have genuinely been a pleasure. And I saw that I was checking my stats. The last 3 weeks we've done 100 and close to 20 hours. So, we've been around. We've been doing the thing together. So it's been an absolute pleasure to spend all this time with you. And I'm already excited for next week. I'm going to raid Lead. We love Lead in this house. No, you're a pleasure. I just, honestly, guys, I've just really been loving, minus that one prick. Yeah, but that's okay, because we got him. No, I just honestly, like, I know I'm being cheesy. 1 second. I've just really, it's been an absolute, like, pledge just to get up and do our streams. I feel like we've been having so much fun lately, which is really good because I was obviously feeling like I wasn't doing enough when I got home from Japan. I was kind of in my feels, but it just feels like we're so back, you know? Anyway, I'll see you guys over at Lead. I'll keep them up while I have so much laundry to do. Oh my God. But I adore you guys. Thank you for showing up for my variety. You're the best. I'll see you in a couple of days. Have a happy, safe Easter. No matter what you're doing. I'll see you next week. GG's. Laundry. I love you guys. I'll see you next week. Bye.